Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2025 season of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, round one, presented to us by 888 Home Loans. A very big welcome to everyone joining us via the live streaming on the Blendline TV networks. Make sure you jump onto YouTube right throughout this season and keep a very close eye on what we're doing with all of the live streaming. A big shout out to Trico Windscreen Wipers for their huge amount of support for this level of motorsport in Australia, and they have certainly thrown their weight behind the success of this series in 2025. Round one here brought to you by the MG Car Club, and it is the Hugh Gidney Memorial round number one of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships here at the home of motorsport in suburban Melbourne, the home of horsepower. We have got a massive program coming your way right throughout this weekend. The first event, cars already making their way around on track. Historic touring cars on HQ. Hyundai XLs are next out. MG and invited British cars. Sports sedans, sports cars, Formula V, Formula Ford, improved production, and the Porsche 944 Challenge, which was a huge season for the Porsches last year. Without too much further ado, we have got cars making their way around to the grid for a standing start. It is the historic touring cars, and what a classy looking field of historic touring cars we have got for you making their way out on track now. Pole position went to Jeff Monday, car number 68 in the Chevy Camaro on pole position. Right alongside of him, Peter Muellerman. The guy has had a massive off-season. We will get to Pete's driver coaching, training, mind over matter type of stuff that he's been up to. And he has had a massive off-season, not on the black menacing number 43, but on the man himself. Brent Trengrove, car number 22, will start out of position number 3. That's another Chevy Camaro. Daniel Myers in car number 20 will get out in the HQ Holden, the yellow and black menacing piece of work there. Darren Jones is next in car number 5. He's in the Mustang Coupe, and that is a 283 powered outfit down there. So Darren Jones, sorry, that's who I mentioned in the Mustang Coupe. Then we go to Bill Trengove in the number 64 out there. Bill coming around in the 5-litre Mustang. Then we go to Tony Hubbard in car number 24. Tony's been chasing parts around for most of this morning, a wheel spacer, so hopefully he has got that issue absolutely solved. Richard Fairlamb is next in the number 34. Richard in the HQ there as well. Mark Johnson and John Lacey rounding out in position in car number 2 there, which I believe it's on my entry list has got Royce Lyon in there. So the top lead concreting driver on the BMW E30. I think that might be a bit of a typo that I am on there. HQs are also on the grid, and I get the absolute distinct pleasure to introduce and work with Dave Amor. Give us a quick run through the QE's grid, Dave.
Morning, Darren, and absolutely fantastic this morning in qualifying. Got Andrew Magilton on pole. Andrew Lowndes has come back after 6 years with his HQ. Keep an eye on him. The other plumber right beside him, Steve Banks. Warren Truan, welcome back. The Ready Rose, Glenn McDonald, the 87 car. We've got the captain, John Mahoney, Eric Hill, Kenner, Mick Magilton. And we've only got 12 here this weekend, but we will have between 17 to 20 at every other event. So thank you, Tyre Power, Grassroots Motorsport, sponsoring HQ Holdens this weekend.
5-second board is out. We're about to get away, and the Group N, or the historic touring cars, on the front of the grid here, about to launch. Muellerman has got himself right in the box there. Our pole sitter, Jeff Mundy, just a little bit back, but it's Pete Muellerman in the menacing black Mustang. The Coupe just gets off the road there. Massive wheel spin back in the grid there. I think that's Tony Hubbard, a guy that knows all about horsepower, but he's disappeared into his own tyre smoke and charging down to turn 1. It's a big push up the outside by the black and yellow HQ, and we'll see how that plays out. The QE getting around the outside there. That's the number 20 of Myers, the 4-door, and it is on fire now. The 68 just trying to muscle his way through. That's Jeff Mundy. Have a look at the 22, Brent Trengrove, who last year at this particular race won the race, and his best lap time was a 1:22.98, so already threatening in a position there for the podium, and they go up the back straight.
They certainly do, Darren. You see there the 6-cylinder hole, and as you can see, there's a little bit of a gap between the the HTCs and also the HQ holds. Andrew Magilton, right beside him, Craig Lowndes, Steve Bank, True McDonald got a fairly good start. Eric Hill, 91 car, the green car, fantastic to see him as they come up over the top. And then we got into Dandy Corner with the big, powerful V8s. Magilton there.
Come down into Dandenong Road. This is the classic spot for HQs. Lock up the front, slide down there. How good is it to see Adam Lowndes returning to HQs this weekend? Normally, and has been for a number of seasons now, a saloon car racer, but had the HQ in the shed. There we go. There's the lock up on the loaded front, and he is back in the fray. How cool is that?
Fantastic. You can see him coming onto the front straight. There's Warren Truen. He's got in front of Steve Banks. So, and of course,
rain.
This is Sandown. Turn 1, we've got a bit of rain.
And turn 1 is the slipperiest part of the track there. Peter Muleman, he led the first lap of competition in the 2025 Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The 68 of Jeff Munday goes off. The 22 of Brett Trungove, the guy that won this race last year, he wants to lead the race. He does, because Munday just gets out wide there. But there's Pete Muleman. He has the auspicious honour of leading the first race of the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The rain has come belting down on the bottom end of the track. In fact, where we are, there's no rain at all. We're in the main straight here. Around goes the Magilton car.
Oh, that's Andrew Magilton, the 14 car. He was at the front of the field. Now he's gone all the way back. That's the old man in the 75 car, Mick Magilton there. Magilton Electrical, for all your electrical compliances and things like that. Go see those guys. So Andrew has to come all the way back through. But have a look at this. Warren Truen, he's back. He normally has the two-door Monaro, you would see. But he's got the 77 car. We've got him. We've then got Banks right beside him. Then we've got Crawford, also in the 68 car, doing extremely well. But in front of them, look at this, mate. Dry. No rain here, no rain in Dandy Corner.
It's still dry along the main straight as we see the historic touring cars. Brett Trengove leads lap number 2 to Munday. Muleman's gone back 2 spots, but he's got his head right in the right place for season 2025. Tony Hubbard. Then it's Bill Trengove back to Jones, Myers, Fairlam and Johnson. We're getting a good look at the mid-pack of the Kiwis.
Certainly are, but at the moment Truen is showing everyone what's happening and what's going on. So we had Magilton and Lowndes leading the HQs, and they've had a bit of a turn there on turn 4, as we saw. We might get a replay, have to wait and see, but Trico, perfect sponsor for Sandown for this weekend.
Isn't
for
it?
All that rain.
Absolutely. Look at the Trico wiper blades, keeping them clean there. Just got to get that wiper motor working well. The blades are working overtime to make up for the wiper motor on the 77. 1 lap ago, it was almost snowing on this corner. We had this localised cell just dump all down at between turn 1, 2, 3 and 4. And now it's all but dry again. This is absolutely amazing. The weather we're seeing in Melbourne over the last couple of weeks, and it is bone dry in the pit lane and along the main straight.
That's unbelievable, and there's no AI here either.
No,
this is fair income.
We couldn't be any further from AI if we tried.
Yeah,
you and I,
right.
we're very much black and white and feet and inches, aren't we, mate? That's for sure.
That's it.
So let's have a look at this field. Here is the historic touring cars. There's Muleman. He goes through in P3. Tony Hubbard. This is the Trengove Mustang, and in behind him is the 64 Mustang, and that's Bill Trengove. And there's the HQ, which did start off at the front of the field here, but the number 20 has just gone back a little bit here. Daniel Myers, I'm looking for where he is on our timesheets, about 7th on the timesheets now. There he is, 7th on the timesheets, gets across the line. Muleman now trying to threaten the 24. Boy, oh boy, this is what historic touring cars is all about, isn't it? You can see where the upper echelon of Australian touring cars went to when you look back and you hark back to these days. It's a Chevy and a Ford, and they are battling it out. Currently, this is for 3rd and 4th on the road. Right now, at the moment, it's Trengove and Brent variety. He's right out in front with Jeff Munday in behind him, 2.5 seconds back, and then this battle is 10 seconds further back. And the HQs, as always, bunching up. How cool is it to see the 76 back out there in this field? Now, where's Lowndes? He's down a couple further behind. He's in this mix.
Oh, 3 wide going into turn 1, ladies and gentlemen. The TV doesn't lie, and neither do I. Magilton's just come out of the front. Reddy Rose is behind him in the 87 car. Now, Lowndes, like you said, all the way back. He was right at the front. Him and Magilton, when we had that power storm at turn 4, looped it, got sideways, but continuing on like a HQ does. 6-cylinder Holden, 3-speed, 355, Salisbury or Banjo diff ratio. We've got Kenda tyres, Pettis suspension, and a whole lot more.
You heard it first here, ladies and gentlemen. The national treasure, David Amor, just renamed a national phenomenon. It's a power storm and an absolute... I thought that would be a football club, a power storm, but no, it was a storm cell at turn 1, now with the nickname Power Storm, because you called it that, Dave.
I certainly did, mate, and here we go. Have a look at that. The Ready Rose car there, 87, good to see. That's 26 years of sponsoring now this year. Ready
cool,
Rose and Glenn McDonald.
It's
absolutely
pretty cool.
fantastic.
Have a look at this. This is Trengove.
Oh, beautiful.
Trengove and Jones here. 64. Just leading here. The two. Look at these two pony Mustangs, aren't they just magnificent? They sound the goods. Those 289s and the 302s. Just getting the power down out of turn 4. Magnificent camera shot there. That's a static shot looking on the exit of turn 4, and this will give you an idea of the conditions at the moment. The cameraman hanging up on top of that scaffolding, hanging on for dear life at the moment up there. Pete Muleman in the 43, then it's Jones in the number 5 in behind. HQ's in beautiful dry track conditions down where 2 laps ago there was a power storm.
Mate, you just can't believe what's happening, what's going on. Now Lowndes gone down the inside of turn 1. Ready Rose car there at McDonald. Pushes McDonald just out just a little bit, flexes those pegs, and has got past. He's back into position 6 there of the HQ Holdens.
You know, in those 24, 25 years that Ready Roast have sponsored the McDonald car,
yep.
You know, you and I have never once enjoyed a chicken lunch in the commentary booth.
Oh, well,
there's time, isn't there? We'll
see what we can do, because I'm pretty sure the owner is here again this weekend, so we might be able to get some Ready Roast, mate. Inhale some of that.
Tell you what, you don't leave the door open for me. I'll put the plug in there.
No worries, but look at Banks. Banksy, the plumber, the fastest plumber of HQs at the moment. Now there's Warren Truman, has gone back a couple. There's Crawford there in a 68 car. That was the Andrew Williams car. I understand he's gone into partnership with that car. I don't know what part that Andrew owns.
Can we please have a delivery of some Trico, seeing you through wiper blades down to the camera at turn 9 there? Just that'd be good to get some wiper blades just to wipe the lens clean out there. So trying conditions here at Sandown for round number 1 of the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Warren Truant doing a tremendous job in the HQ. He's currently second on the road because Steve Banks has skipped away out in front there. Boy, we are missing a couple of the big name front-running drivers in HQs, but have a look at the HTC field. This is Brent Trengove. He's starting to mix it up in the tail end of the HQs. They've done a terrific job. Said, yeah, go through on the right there, Mr. Fast Chevrolet. And you've got to say that's probably the big daddy of a HQ, a Camaro, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. That is for sure. Look at that. Crawford now in front of Truan. Truan locked up at Kenda. That was smoking the Kenda. There at the last corner there. Kenda tyres, Pettis suspension. 14 by 8 rims, 3-speed Holden, single carby. Around about the 143, 148 horsepower. A 6-cylinder Holden, screaming.
This guy's done a tremendous job, Dave. He started out of 6th on the grid. He's now 2nd on the road. Sorry, not 2nd. He's actually 4th on the road. So this is Bill Trengove, not Brent. Brent is out in front in the Camaro. There's a bit of a replay there, the 888 Home Loans replay, and Pete Muleman just having to, I guess, capitulate a bit there. Lucky for the hard stand off the back of turn 1. He's gathered it all back up. Have a look at this. This is a massive drive. Just over 4 minutes left on the racing clock here. And the HQs are doing what HQs do, gathering themselves up. 68 of Crawford coming onto the straight. Here comes a fighting back Andrew Magilton.
Yeah, Magilton has certainly gone all the way back to 8th. He's back up into almost 4th position. You can see right in behind Truan. Magilton will go hard left into turn 1. If the camera stays on, this will be quite interesting. Side by side, door handle to door handle. Will Magilton go to the inside? No, he doesn't. He's got to wait his turn. There goes Crawford. AW Automatics. Oh, have a look at Truan. Certainly dancing those Kendas around turn 1. Now we've got turn 2, 3. Magilton's up the inside of him. Over the little causeway there at turn 4. We can see over the far side where that storm cloud hit. And now up the back chute. And the track is dry. The track is
absolutely dry. The track is absolutely dry. There's no debris on the track at all. It is absolutely looking magnificent. Have a look at this Camaro. It's going up the left-hand side of the track there, through on Magilton. The next one will be Crawford in the 68. This guy isn't in the race with the HQs. This is a race in 2 parts, historic touring cars and HQs. They started at the same time, and they just all mingle in together. Oh, the Ready Roast car. 4 wheels off the back of the ripple strip, and that was about 2 acres off the back of the ripple strip there for McDonald. Adam Lowndes, he sniffs a bit of blood in the water there, so he's returned to HQs. Car looks mint. When I saw it on a bit of social media, I went, I remember that. Still looks $1 million. Obviously looks after his cars in the shed. Has been calling saloon cars home for some time. It'd be interesting, Dave, to see how much this has grabbed his interest again.
Yeah, well, it certainly has. And with the HQ Holdens, we had a fun day, sponsor day, come and drive day there only 2 weeks ago at Calder Park Raceway. We were able to snap the gates open and get ourselves in there and have a fantastic day. There was 22 HQs there. It was about 150, 160 people. And we found some more enthusiasm. We're getting some old timers coming back to race with HQ Holdens this year in 2025, where HQs are alive.
Watching now Peter Muleman, he is well and truly alive and animated at the wheel. He's got a whole new outlook. He's got his head in a very, very clear space, and that was a testament to his front row of the grid start. He did get mixed up in some weather, it was chook lotto at that point in time down at turn 1 when those HTCs, the couple of Camaros and a Mustang arrived down there, and Pete just got dealt, I guess, the bad card at that point in time. But he's fighting back now. He's had, as I said, he's had a massive off-season working with Pete Muleman. The car's great. They can't do a whole lot more to the car. They prepare it to within a millimetre of its life. It's black, it's menacing, which is kind of interesting because Pete's quite the opposite of that. He's quite a friendly fella and easy to talk to. But he has certainly had Pete's head out, put it on someone else's shoulders, given it a bit of a clean out, given it some new blood, and he is absolutely rip-roaring for Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for the historic touring cars, and going to be interested to see how the guy goes at the wheel of car number 43.
Certainly is, and beautifully presented car. All these cars, ladies and gentlemen, are out the back in the garages, across the side. Don't be scared. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, go and say hello to the driver. Sit in the car. Ask the driver first. Get a photo. Shake your hands. Meet some of the grassroots motorsport. And that's what it's all about this weekend. Families, wives, girlfriends, kids, we're all here this weekend to enjoy round 1. Sandown.
Yeah, the good thing about the Grassroots Motorsport is that midweek you can keep up with it too with the Grassroots Racing podcast on Speed Cafe. You can have a good look at it there as well. So, here we go. Up the back straight this time. There's a HQ. That is the 76 of Banks. He's leading the HQ race. There is car number 68, who is in position number 2. That's Crawford. And then Andy Magilton has fought back in true Magilton fashion. He has fought back and got himself onto a podium.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's right behind Crawford at the moment. Last lap board has just gone out, I think, Darren.
Yep.
I can see that across the right-hand side. Last lap board. So last lap board, that means the fastest car has just started. The final lap for everyone, ladies and gentlemen. So just keep an eye on this. Have a look at Crawford, Magilton. Can Magilton do anything? Crawford's certainly got some horsepower into that 202 Holden. But then you look at the 308 there, Richard Fairland, just blowing past. A little bit more grunt, a few more cylinders.
That's the sweetest sounding engine, the 308. At the Thunderdome, all those Oz cars belting around. Gee, they were a good sound. Here's our race leader, car number 22. In fact, just up the road from this. This is the just back in the field a little bit here, coming out of turn 4. There is our race leader, car number 22. Clear air in front, and for all intents and purposes, clear air behind to the Mundy car. two Camaros. Looks like they're going to go side by side across the top. No, they're not. Hubbard just ducks back in behind. Then it is Bill Trengove in the Mustang, David Myers, Richard Fairlamb and Peter Mullerman, sadly, now gone back in the 43 to position number 7 after starting out of position 2. He might want to get his old head back and get a bit of mongrel about him come tomorrow's race.
Yeah, I think he's got something wrong with him, Darren. But apparently Red is fast. Red is fast.
Red's
first
fast, and we're going to prove it, because there it is. Checkered flag. Brent Trengove takes first blood in the Trico, seeing it through. 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And there's confirmation. There's obviously something not right with that black Mustang, not getting off Dandenong Road as it should. Grant Monday gets through into position number 2. Tony Hubbard, then it is Bill Trengove, the Myers car. Richard Fairlamb gets through in the 34 there as well, so he gets home. And the HQ is coming to the line.
We've got Andrew Magilton there, the second fastest HQ for this race. Steve Banks, congratulations, coming first. JDM for sponsoring this round also. Beside him, we've got Crawford as well. So we've had a fantastic Magilton, Crawford, Lounge, McDonald, Truan, John Mahoney, Mick Magilton, Kenner, and then that's our HQs. And then we've got a mix of the NCs or the HTCs that are lapped or double lapped as they go through. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the best thing is tomorrow every class has got its own race in the morning, Darren. Somehow they've been able to do that. So every class has got their own race in the morning, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Sandown. Thank you, Tyre Power, for being a big part of the HQ Holdings here in Victoria.
Big thanks to Trico for seeing us through as well. That race with the power storm, a whole new meteorological phenomenon introduced to us all by David Amor. Thanks, David. A power storm is what it's going to be all about now.
Look out, Jane Bunn. Right, thank you very much.
In more ways than one for David Amor. Thank you very much, David. We got plenty still to come your way in the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships Round 1, presented to you by our great friends at 888 Home Loans. Up next, the Hyundai XLs. We'll take a quick break from central commentary. Catch our breath, of course. HQs and historic touring cars will open tomorrow's proceedings. Historic touring cars at 9:10, HQs at 9:35. The XLs are warming up in the marshalling area and they will be on track in just a moment. Back soon. Welcome back. It is race after race after lap at the Trico Victorian 2025 Victorian State Series. Here is our schedule for the day. Great to see people joining us here, the track at Sandown, and on the YouTube channel via the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships social medias. Here is what it is. We've just had the historic touring cars and HQs for a fantastic opening race for the season. Hyundai XL's on track next for their first race. MG invited British cars, and the next cars on track after that, so look out for that one. The sports sedans, the big bangers, the fire breathers of Australian motorsport at 240. They've got a brand new sponsor on board for this season, so can't wait to see how the sports sedans light it up for advanced car carriers for the first time here today. Formula V at 340, at 410 it is Formula Ford, then at 440 Improved Productions, and rounding out today's competition will be the awesome Porsche 944 Challenge. For me, I reckon they turned on a massive show in season 2023 and season 2024. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is Matt Dunlop, who's just joined us. Matt's on for the XLs for the next race there. And something I just noticed on the top of the XL grid sheet is a guy that his career has really got a fire lit under it today. Cadel Ambrose has landed on pole, and he's about to jump out in a series which he won in the XLs, Matt.
100%. Great to be here as well, back in the commentary box. It's been a little while between drinks, but we are back on track, and I am stoked, as I'm sure yourself, Darren, and everyone else here is as well. And you're right, Cadel Ambrose, he's got a very, very different pair of cars that he'll be racing this weekend. He's about to get on track in the Hyundai XL from pole position, but he's also going to be steering a brand new Audi A4 sports sedan later on today. You will not want to miss that, because that is going to be mega. Seeing all the sports sedans, not just that Audi, thundering around this Sandown Raceway. I know you're a big fan of it, Darren. I certainly am as well, but we've got so much action to come before that as well. So
you and I were talking via messages earlier today, where I think the guys, girls in the commentary booth, race control, the OB van, the competitors, the paddock, everything, everyone's like a cat in a hot tin roof. We just want to get this season underway. It's been all the way since back to November before we all assembled together and went racing in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. So we've got it underway, and I've got to say the XLs with this massive field, a previous champion on pole position, this is going to be awesome. I'm going to hand over to Tom Reed, so it'll be Matt Dunlop and Tom Reed for the Hyundai XLs.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith. We're looking forward to hearing you later on today. But we've got Hyundai XLs coming up very, very soon. The competitors have just been showing the 1 minute board, so that will not be too long before they pull out for their warm-up lap. It is a scorcher today, 35 degrees. Wait, hang on, I'm looking at Thursday's weather. It is actually not miserable, but it is all over the shop today. We've seen Dave Amore's patented power storms earlier on in the HQ race. There's been real on and off clouds all morning, dumping a bit of rain, but then the sun comes out and it dries the tarmac out here so fast. And what that means is it tends to have mixed up, because qualifying conditions, which we didn't broadcast here on Blendline TV, but the qualifying conditions were quite changeable. So there's been a few shake-ups up and down the all the categories here racing today. So you're not going to want to miss a moment of it, I can assure you of that. There's the flag marshal stand there, looking down that glorious historic main straight here at Sandown, which has seen so many great names thunder down into that turn one over the decades, and the Hyundai XLs, who are going to be putting on a 28-strong field, a 30-strong field, in fact, here at Sandown. Bumper fields always in this category. Today is no exception. My name, once again, is Matt Dunlop, and I got Tom Reed alongside me. Tom, great to be calling alongside you once again.
Yeah, good to be back for the first day of school for the Trico Victorian State Racing Series. We had heaps of rain before during the day in the qualifying sessions leading up in the morning, but as you can see, the track is fairly dry, although typical of Sandown, there will always be some wet patches, evidently on the exit of turn one, and there in the last corner between 11 and 12, always quite a treacherous area.
Yeah, you're always renowned, or this track is renowned for usually having a bit of a river running across the road there on the run up to that first flip-flop just after turn one. So first lap of a race, it's always a little bit sketchy, but we'll have to see how it goes once we get the first look at that corner of the track to see what it's looking like. But as you can see up that main straight, bone dry right now. So hoping for a pretty even and uneventful start. Should have all 30 cars thundering down 4, maybe even 5 wide into turn one. They're such nimble, small little machines, and they really demand everything from the driver. There's the shot of that flip-flop we were talking about, and you can see just off in the distance there on the exit of one, there's a few like texture and like surface changes just on the exit there. That's always a little bit of a thing that you need to wrap your head around to make sure that you've got the car balanced in the right way. Still a little bit of standing water offline though, so shouldn't cause too many problems. And we've got a 20-minute plus 1 lap outing here coming up for the Hyundai XLs. Big thanks to our round sponsor Trico and Triple 8 Home Loans, who are presenting as always.
Yeah, big thanks to those two. We got to run through the grid pretty quickly here as the cars up the front are rolling through the last couple of corners to take their position. Off pole will be Cadel Ambrose, as you mentioned before. He's doing double duties this weekend. Alongside him will be Harry Strick in the Ravage Raceworks 630, Emily Jones off P3, Rio Campbell off P4, William Twinning from Tasmania, one of 2 interstate drivers this weekend. He'll be off P5. P6 will be Cisco Morales, returning for another season. James Serra returning for another season. off P7. P8 will be Lachlan Harvey. 9th and 10th will be Ace Buckley. Ace has been running karts over the past couple of years, and he's making the step up into circuit racing. P10 will be Jake Harwood from Victorian, the 95. Move back to P11 and P12, which will be Aiden, and then in P12 will be Samuel Gibson. P13 and 14, Brendan Jenner. P14 will be Ethan Wilson. 15th and 16th will be Lee Burtouch. 16th will be Travis Mitchie, and then 17th, 18th, Dallas Harvey. Lee Salemire returning for another season as well. Same with Carly Fleming. She will be off 19th. Jacob Wingett in the number 200. He's often at historic races in the regularity category, and then move back to Nora Lee. Jared off P22. 23 will be John O'Keefe. 24th will be Peter Fleming, another Fleming in the race as we get set for a start here.
Not too far away now as the last of the field peels around the last few corners to form up the grid. It is a massive grid, as we talked about there. 30 names, no less, making the start here for the first Hyundai XL outing. We do have a car peeling into the pit lane, though. Car number 23, that's James Reynolds, the New South Welshman, will be starting from pit lane. So one less car on the grid, but still a massive field getting ready for the launch here. They won't be too far away. We're just waiting now. That's the 5-second board going out. The drivers will be itching to get started. It's been quite a while between drinks for these XLs. The revs will be starting to build, and they're underway. It's a pretty even start at the front. Cadell Ambrose just gets a little bit of a look, but we'll have to see how they all fan out as they get through the gears and make their way down towards turn 1. Looks to be a bit of a slow start at the back there for a few drivers, but everyone's underway nice and safely. Look at that sunshine beaming off the windscreens. That track is going to be heating right up, but the air is still going to be quite cool, and that equals very quick lap times as the field all files into turn 1.
The 994 there, I believe that's James Sarah getting through turn 1 nicely. Up into the first chicane, just getting a shot through the middle of the pack here. Hard to pick out the driver's numbers and the car liveries, especially being the first race of the season, first race meeting of the season. But up the back straight we go. It'll be a drafting game between the whole field. Let's see what your pole sitter, Cadell Ambrose, can do, punching that hole in the air.
Bit of a wind blowing up the back straight, a bit of a tailwind, so that is going to negate the effect of the slipstream up towards the top of the hill just a little bit. But you can see that number 630 of Harry Strick is all over the back of Cadell Ambrose, and meanwhile, Twining, the Taswegian, is trying to get up the inside of Rio Campbell, who has to do a bit of rallycross driving, cuts across on the run at a Dandenong Road, just gets it pulled up once again. A little bit of a hairy start from there, but it wouldn't be Sandown without some heroics going over the top of the hill there. It's such a tricky corner to get right, especially when you've got a full field of Hyundai XLs all the way around you, and he's going to try and make that spot up once again on the inside of William Twining there on the entry to turn 11 there. Has to tuck back on the inside. So a lot of new names, a lot of old faces sticking around here in the Hyundai XLs, and by and large, just so many drivers, and that is the number 22.
I think that's Peter Fleming. Or
that
Carly?
Is Peter Fleming. That's one of the. That's the Peter Fleming machine. It's not looking in a good way there. So there'll definitely be local yellows. There may even have to be a safety car because that car does not look like it's moving. There's also another car slow on the inside of the main straight there. Not sure who that is.
Cisco Morales was off the pace down the front straight. He's pulled off, so a very high chance of going safety car here. We're just watching the flag tower, and there hasn't been any movement.
I'd hazard
as
a guess.
The safety car board comes out.
Safety car, there we go. Yeah,
we
it's just on the entrance to Dandenong Road there, so it's not somewhere you want to be racing at all. So great job by the marshals here to get that one under control and get the safety car out there. And I reckon a lot of those drivers would have had team members on the radio, on the can, saying, hey, there's going to be a safety car coming up. Get your moves done as fast as you possibly can. And they all have to file in line astern now. So they're just trying to get as much temperature in these tyres as they possibly can with every little bit of stoppage, because it's such a hot commodity here. Drivers are all okay, is what we're hearing in my ear as well, which is always great news. So that's Peter Fleming, you can see there, just being attended to by the recovery crews to get that one out of the way as the rest of the field files past. So doesn't look to be a whole lot of debris around there, which is good. From what it's very hard to glean what may have happened here, but you can see there's a fairly decent dent in the back of that number 22 machine. So whether that has been as a result of an impact from another car, or whether he's made his way into the fence and bounced back out. It's very hard to say, but the great news is he's all good, and hopefully we'll be able to get underway racing once again quite soon.
Yeah, this safety car will give these drivers a chance to just take a breather. It's their first, most of them, it's their first race of the season. The heart rates would have been up, the tyres would have been cold, it would have been a little sketchy on the first couple of laps, but now they can just relax and then settle into the rhythm for a restart. We've got 10 minutes on the clock left to go. Your leaderboard shows Cadell Ambrose in the lead, Harry Strick second, Emily Jones has done a great job, she's P3, Rio Campbell in the 333, he's P4, William Twinning, a Tasmanian, he's in 5th at the moment. Then Harvey in the 25, he's running 6th. Ace Buckley out of karting from the past couple of years, he's running 7th. He's getting a shot here of the last few cars going through the last corner. They will be catching up to the back of the safety car queue, warming their tyres up, getting ready for a restart, which hopefully we can have in a second. There's no sign of that tow truck coming out, so hopefully it's a flat tow as I'm looking up the back straight, and there is a tow truck on the way to the scene at the bottom of Dandenong Road at turn 9. So let's see
first commentator's curse of the season out of the way nice and early.
Yeah, let's see how quickly we can get this done. Of course, we want the maximum amount of racing laps for these young kids to own their craft.
Absolutely, and you mentioned Ace Buckley there as well briefly as we were running through the top of the order. This is, you say a lot of drivers, it's their first start. It's obviously almost all the drivers' first start of the season. It's his first start on a circuit, full stop.
He did a round up at Sydney
a
couple of weeks ago, but it's his first, I think it's his first circuit race in Victoria in his home state. So he'll be hoping to start on the right foot and progress his way through the field throughout the weekend. He started P9 and he's up to P7.
So it's a pretty good start from him, and he'll be feeling pretty good about himself as he sits behind the safety car, loading as much temperature as possible into those tyres, just re-evaluating, assessing the start, what went well, what could have gone better, figuring out his strategies as well as the rest of these drivers will be doing, because they've got a bit of time here to sit and think now. And it looks like they're hopefully going to be getting that car on the back of Kev's truck there quite soon. And hopefully the tow truck doesn't necessarily mean that Peter's going to be out of action for the weekend. And hopefully there does look to be a bit of damage on the back of that car. So we'll have to see what's possible for that number 22 machine. Peter Fleming, of course, part of the Fleming clan who's been racing around these traps for quite a while. Carly Fleming as well in this race, and she's doing double duty this weekend in Formula Ford, as she typically does in the number 42. So always great to see those two around the Victorian State Circuit races.
She's running 20th at the moment, and she started off 19, so only a loss of 1 position. That's all fair enough. As we see, I think the car is slowly making its way onto the back of the tow truck here, and it could be another couple of laps before we get a restart. As the field goes past us in the commentary box window down the front straight, a lot of them getting tempered in their tyres, trying to maintain that temperature so that it's at the optimum for the restart coming up.
Just trying to have a look out the window at so many flags. There's not a whole lot of trees in front of us right in the main straight, just to sort of get an idea of what kind of wind is blowing here at Sandown, because in categories like this, the Hyundai XLs, it's so important to make the most of that draft when you can, and especially when you've got a headwind, it makes it so much more potent. So we'll see how that pans out as they restart, because as we've already seen today, the weather is just so changeable here on this day. It's, it's classic Melbourne weather. In February, no less, mid-February, we already had some bucketing rain, and we wouldn't expect any less from this part of the world. And it's going to be a real nice challenge for all these drivers to be able to manage those changeable conditions. Just taking a look at a radar in front of me now, looks to be not a whole lot to making a direct beeline for the track, but there are still going to be some pretty dark clouds floating around for the most part of the afternoon. So definitely keep an eye on that, because that's going to be keeping a lot of people on their toes today, I'd imagine.
This place lies on a rain belt, and rain typically arrives here in 5 minutes and leaves in 5 minutes, but it's a very heavy, sharp burst of it, and it often soaks the track and takes about an hour for it to dry up properly. And those are the most tricky conditions for a driver, not being able to know where to place the car and where to brake, where to get on the throttle. That's where the good drivers shine and show their lap time.
makes it a bit more difficult to adjust your setup in the car as well, because in a lot of these categories, especially the XLs, you're quite limited in what you can do, so it doesn't make a huge amount of a difference for them. But making sure they get tyres with the right amount of tread to make sure that, if they want to wear in a green set or whether they want to go for something that's a little bit scrubbed in, what pressures they're going to be running and things like that as well, because you can get every last little tenth or hundredth of a second by making minute changes like that, if you can nail your prediction and if it's not going to be too chaotic like it is today. So that is part of the reason why Hyundai XLs are always good for such close, nail-biting action every time they race. That is a distinct lack of tow truck and stricken race car, and the lights are still on the safety car, I believe. So as we wait for these recovery vehicles to clear the track, we should hopefully be looking to get underway in the next couple of laps, but we'll keep an eye on that. We'll let you know when those lights are out, and we'll be ready for a restart. When they do go, there's not going to be much time left. It is going to be on for young and old.
We were talking about the rain, and typically you want your freshest set of tyres with the deepest grooves in them for wet weather conditions, but that often means that you sort of ruin that set of tyres. So they're never at their optimum after running in the wet, but it's sort of one of those things you have to unfortunately cop that to be quicker in the wet conditions. Of course, you don't want an old tyre because the profile is always wearing down. You don't get as much water dispersed out of those grooves as you'd like, and it costs you lap time in the end.
100%. The field are raring to go. They are weaving across every inch of real estate on that main straight to get those tyres, as you mentioned, as warm as they possibly can. Rio Campbell, particularly in the number 333 there, hanging the back end of that XL out as much as possible to just try and get a little bit more of those rear tyres, even though half the time they'll be off the deck in some of these corners here in the front wheel drive Hyundai XLs. During this a little bit of a pause here while we clear things up, just want to give a big shout out to all the hardworking volunteering officials, the marshals, the medical crew, the recovery crews, the flaggies that you can see down there, everyone in race control, everyone who comes together from Vic Flag, from the MG Car Club of Victoria, who are putting this event together, and everyone else who comes along to make these events possible, because without the hard work of a lot of people who are volunteers, we simply cannot go racing. So cannot thank you enough. Would definitely recommend giving it a go if you get the chance. I think I've been saying to people for a long time that I want to give flag marshalling a go. I think I'm going to try and finally bite the bullet this year. I've been telling a lot of people, and now I'm telling everyone on air, so I've got to get it done this year now, don't I? Yeah,
you got to pick a good weekend though, because sometimes you're at a place like this and it can rain 5 minutes, then it's sunshine, then it's raining, or it can be cold at Phillip Island. It's a job that you have to want to enjoy to do it.
You've always got to genuinely get ready for dress for all 4 seasons when you're going to a race in Victoria. Phillip Island especially, it's like Melbourne weather on steroids down there. Safety car lights are out, and we'll be racing very, very soon with just a smidge under 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. With a lap time of around about 2 minutes, that means we should be good for 2 more laps, I would say. We'll see how we go once they do cross the stripe, though, as that Sparco Racer Industries Holden Commodore gaps the field, and now the number 194 of Cadell Ambrose takes control of the field.
He's already on the gas. He's gone.
He's gone. He's legged it. He's out of here. That Bandit security car has made a break for it. Everyone goes through the final corner there, turn 12, testing to see if those ripple strips are a little bit slick on the exit, because getting the momentum down the main straight is going to be so important as this race goes on towards the end. Just over 2 minutes to go. Cadell Ambrose is leading the way. That was a 333 of Rio Campbell back there in 4th position, just trying to have a look around, as is James Serra in the 194. He's trying to have a look around. Ace Buckley in the 196 in front of him. Action all the way up and down as Cadell Ambrose is just holding off the number 630 of Harry Strick right behind him. We've been really enjoying the battles between those two up the front of the Hyundai XL field for quite some time, and it's Emily Jones in the number 6 right behind them. Jones had almost her breakout weekend of the XLs at the end of last season at Calder Park, and she's on a great run of momentum here, keeping that up and running.
Yeah, she had a superb weekend at Calder Park. She picked up a couple of podiums there, and unfortunately in the last race, I think she had a mechanical issue which sidelined her. But getting back to the front of the field, it's the 194 of Cadell Ambrose leading Harry Strick in his 630 machine down the back straight up through turn 6. You can hear them getting on the gas after slowly letting off over the top. 327 going through turn 6 there of Lee Salemeiler from Victoria.
Here's a little battle shaping up behind them, being led by the number 200 of Jacob Wingett, and behind them it's the 90 of Matthew Seymour, just trying to get past him, with Norm Lee and the number 4 trying to make a break just behind there as well. So much to play for here. There's points paid all the way down to 20th position. So any spots you can grab, even if you are a little bit down, are very, very crucial. A little bit of a puff of smoke there from Seymour and the number 90 on the run into turn 11, as he started from 28. So he's having quite a good run here up to, I think this is around 17th position. We'll see where he lies when he crosses the stripe, side by side there.
Yeah, he's 17th at the moment.
Great run so far from Matthew Seymour. He didn't make it out for qualifying to put a lap in, so that's why he was rear of grid, and he's making a run for it, trying his best to make up some of those spots. We do run progressive grids here in the Victorian State Series, so the finishing results of this race will determine the starting grid of tomorrow's first race as well. You're not going to want to miss that, and it means that momentum, keeping the car running, keeping in one piece, and consistency are so important here.
Yeah, consistency will often win championships for people. Doesn't matter how many times you win a race, if you DNF often, that buries you. You just got to be consistently in the top 5 or top 10, and that'll prove well come the end of the season. Up the back straight, it looks like the 196. It almost looked like he was bump drafting the 25 there of Lachlan Harvey.
Harvey making a run for it, going across the grass on the way to Dandenong Road. So I think Ace Buckley behind him in the 196 is going to be smelling blood in the water, and will be looking for a move very, very soon in these next couple of corners. The clock has ticked down to 0, so we will be seeing a last lap board as the cars take to the stripe this time around, I would imagine.
Yeah, last lap board getting ready here. Out it goes. It's time by. There'll be 1 lap to go. Oh,
that's second place, Harry Strick.
Harry Strick.
Oh, my goodness me.
So that's at turn 9. He's made an issue over the top. He was challenging Cadell Ambrose there for the race win, but unfortunately he's made a critical error, and that could be local yellows down there. We've just, last lap board is up, so we'll see. Hopefully they just wave local yellows.
196, there's Ace Buckley going up the inside at turn 1, gets the job done, just keeps the car in line as well, but he's got James Serra in the 994 having a go as well, and he makes his way past the number 25 of Lachlan Harvey as well. James Serra carrying a lot of pace, and he'll be keen to strap himself onto the back of Ace Buckley's car and take advantage of as much of that pace as possible. Now, with that number 630 of Strick buried in the sand at turn 9, question is, how deep is he in there? Is it enough to just have local yellows, or will they actually need to neutralise the race? By this point, I'd say it's too late.
Yep.
Cadell Ambrose is leading the charge quite comfortably here.
This
but
move's
look
got
at
to
this.
be done, though, before the yellow flag point.
It does, and Emily Jones gets up the inside in the number 6 car. That's a great move. Rio Campbell is not going to want to let her go now, and they're still very well and truly carrying a bit of speed through there. So Ace Buckley, he's had a great run. He's up to P6 now. What a fantastic first race it is for the number 196 car there. James Serra in the 994 is not far away from him, though. Green flag's being waved there, so it is fair, free for all. This is the last passing opportunity of the lap for these midfield battles, but at the front, it is going to be the 194 of Cadell Ambrose, who crosses the stripe to take the first win of the Hyundai XLs. And then behind them, it is Emily Jones just leading the way over Rio Campbell. And then William Twining in 4th ahead of Ace Buckley, who finishes 5th position ahead of James Serra, Lachlan Harvey. I believe that is Ethan Wilson, the number 53 car there. It certainly is. And then there's another good battle. Here's Carly Fleming. Peter Fleming, of course, out of the race earlier, but Carly's still going, and she's crossed the stripe as well. So continuing our top 10, Ethan Wilson, Harewood there. That is Jake Harewood in the number 95. And then Samuel Gibson in the number 172, rounding out our top 10. Now, this is further down the field. This is the 555 car of Jamie Eales, just holding off the 23 of James Reynolds. That Reynolds car we saw starting from pit lane, so not the race that he would have wanted, but hopefully he can keep some momentum up and just keep the results coming later on today. But what a hectic finish that was to race one of the XLs.
Crazy finish, but now I think the rain is almost about to set in here for your next race. As we got a replay here, this is Harry Strick, and it's just, oh, it's the 101 actually in the background. Is that 3 yellow flag conditions?
I'm not sure.
That'll be frowned upon by race control.
I'm not sure where the yellow flag sector starts down there, but they'll be keeping a very keen eye on that, because Tyson Chaplin had no reason to be going sideways through there, although he would have been pretty sweaty there, hanging on as he went sideways in a relatively top heavy there, Hyundai XL. So keeps the car on the track, and he'll be able to keep the car in a straight line and go again, and you can see where the flag point is. So, yeah, that is going to be one for the marshals to read into.
I noticed that between the battle with Emily Jones and Rio Campbell. I think Rio saw them and backed out over the top. That's why Emily was able to hold that position for second place here in the first round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship, presented by Trico windscreen wipers, which we are going to need in a sec as the rain is starting to set in once again at Sandown Raceway.
Oh yes, look at it. A lot of those brand new faces in the Hyundai XLs will be very happy they got this first race done and dusted before all this started coming down again. And next up, it is going to be the MGs and invited British sports cars. But as the XLs peel into the pit lane, let's take a look at the results. That's actually the starting order for the next race. So we'll keep that one in the back of our minds for now. But it was Cadell Ambrose who got the first race win of the season. Fantastic start for him. Can't wait to see how he manages later on in the sports sedans today as well. You're not going to want to miss that. Emily Jones bringing it home in second. What a fantastic run she's had in the last couple of rounds. So that's going to be exciting to see. And Rio Campbell rounding out the podium in the 333 car.
Those three are really starting to find their feet and pick up where they left off at the end of last season. Emily Jones doing a superb job there to come home second, as we see the field filing through the pit lane. I think they might go out the back to be weighed. I'm not quite sure what the rules are with the XLs.
Yeah, they typically have a few cars that will go through the stewarding area there to get checked over, but it's not everyone goes through it. But yes, that is the first race done for the Hyundai XLs. They'll be back on track tomorrow at 10:05 a.m. for their 20-minute feature race. But before then, we've got a lot of racing coming up, including MGs and invited British sports cars. Coming up next with the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back trackside here at the home of horsepower, Sandown International Motor Raceway, or Sandown to its friends. We are here for round number 1 of the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Round 1 this weekend presented to us by 888 Home Loans. There's never been a time in history where getting a health check on your home loan has been more pertinent. Check out 888 Home Loans and try and see if you can get yourself a ripping deal from 888 Home Loans. We have got the Victorian MG and invited British cars for their first race for the season. They will be making their way out of the marshalling area and onto track. In fact, I think they're probably doing just that as we speak. Darren Smith's my name, right alongside me, Chris Gidney. Welcome, Chris, to, well, I guess a bit of a, well, it's the Hugh Gidney Memorial, so it's there's a bit of a family connection there, isn't there?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yes, it's a privilege to our family to have this named after Dad. It's always good to get out and have a look, and most of the time compete in the event myself, but sadly that's not the case this year. So happy to be up here on a different side of the fence and checking it out, and happy to call this one with you.
So let's get the homework out of the way straight away. Why are you in the commentary booth, not out on track?
A few other things on this year that have unfortunately taken the budget out, and unfortunately that doesn't prove for racing.
Does it? Yeah, I get it. Absolutely get it. Boy, I tell you what, this is an interesting day. We're smack bang in the middle of February, and it's like some sort of tropical environment around us. It's raining on the main straight, or spitting anyway. There's menacing grey clouds all around the track there, and the cars are heading down to turn 4 where it looks to be essentially dry. So wiper blades on as they're coming around through the turns 3 and 4. Great field of MG and invited British cars, and we certainly get a really good mix-up. Let's have a look at the grid as they make their way around. Phil Chester has put the Monty Power Yarra Valley Towing MGB GT V8 on pole with a 1:18.46. Didn't have it all his own way. Simon Elliott finding his way around on a 1:19.00. So that's the front row of the grid. Richard Milligan in that very, very famous MG GT V8 that Mort Fitzgerald ran for such a illustrious career. Richard in the Morris Garage Bayswater entry on a 1:19.7. Keith Ondaatje, the first of the invited British cars,
yes,
in the field in the Stag. And let me tell you, if you see any of the Stag on screen during this race, you'll fall in love with it as much as I have over the many years that car's been running around. Out of position number 5 is Rodney Wells, and Michael Trathen, car number 1, Chris, out there as well.
Yes.
Is this going to be his 3rd season of taking out the MG Racing Championship?
Last year was his 3rd, so
fourth.
So he's trying to do a Sebastian Vettel and Max Verstappen and go for 4 in a row. So we'll see how that goes. I'm pretty sure from my walkings around the pits that the first 3 rows are all on slicks. The only one I can't confidently say is Keith Ondaatje. So I would say maybe watch for one of the guys a bit further down the back that might be on radials if this weather does get a bit heavier.
St John Cox, the number 95 there in the white TR7. It's always very quick here at Sandown. Adam Ailiff in the 14, Alana Ondaatje in the 44, John Makem, and I guess John Makem and Michael Trathen in their very light cars. Probably doesn't matter whether they got slicks or treaded tyres on them so much there. Back to Jason Edwards, Gordon Bunyan, Henrik Swartwaten, Colleen Little Chester, Murray Stevenson, Madeline Chester. So 3 Chesters in the battle here today. James Dodd and Shirley St John Cox, and away we go. It'll be Phil Chester that eases away. It's almost like they just had a little jog on the spot, wasn't it? And then got the power down. Have a look at Alana Ondaatje in the 44, looking down the inside there, has drawn alongside St John Cox and got through on the Triumph there. So 2 Triumphs side by side. There's the number 1 at Trathen. There's Keith Ondaatje, the monstrous number 40, the brute force of the Stag there, the energy assist entry. Just getting through turn 1. Everyone very, very tender and ginger through there.
I can see Jason Edwards there just going through turn 2 with Jeff St John Cox. I reckon if the rain gets heavy, he's one to watch.
That's the 260 we're looking at there, the bright green MG, I guess in that X-Power almost tribute sort of a livery there. There's certainly a lot of cars banking up, and that doesn't look like it's raining there, but certainly the track surface is a darker grey, so it's damp. Not really affecting these two guys, but Chris, I'll put it to you, they're not quite opening it up just yet.
No, not at all. They're taking it very easy going up the back straight, as you would with that much amount of power. I didn't see any windscreen wipers on the front cars. So
not that these three we're looking at have got windscreen wipers.
No, they did flash through before, so hopefully these guys have got Rain-X aplenty applied to the visors.
So this is where it becomes very, very interesting, these changing conditions and these midgets and the bees and stuff like that. A whole lot more different power to weight ratio, very, very lightweight. And that's what this car, number one, which I guess we're getting pretty used to seeing number one on the side of that blue car. And Michael just finishing every race, finishing thereabouts on the podium, dragging points out of every single time he gets on track. This is just out of the 5 now. This is the John Cox car, and we're looking, where are we looking at the field here? Oh, that's nasty. Clipped the wall right in front of the pit lane there, so it's definitely very greasy when you're seeing open throttle light up like that and the car just skipping sideways like a good pinball machine. Kept him back in play, but that will have certainly grabbed the attention of Jeff St. John Cox.
It looks like he might have got away with it. We'll see how the handling goes around the next couple of corners.
Certainly a bit of crunch up, just right on the very, very extremity of the right-hand side rear, right before that big whale-tail type of wing he's got on the back of that car.
Good move there from Jim Dodd in the MG ZR 66, coming up the inside of Murray Stevenson in the ZS. As it still looks very ginger around there, double waved.
Obviously someone's had a spin there. We've just got them back underway. They were withdrawing the double wave yellows there as the field came around to turn 4, Phil Chester's opening lap, and that'll give you a very clear sign of how damp it is. A 5:25. Oh, into the wall. That's one of the Chester cars.
That's Kalen Chester. So
that took on a life of its own there in the wet there. Car strewn across the track there, and this is the car that we're used to seeing in the Victorian State Race Series livery. So Phil has got both his daughters racing here this weekend, and it's actually the red car that is the new one to the family. And by new, I mean it's only been in the family's possession for a couple of weeks. Sean Hurley here at Immersive Automotive has been working feverishly to get that car ready. It continues on, but that was not what we wanted to see out of that car, and I guess Phil's going to be the next car around. Safety car has gone out, and he is actually leading the race. So safety car is out. Richard Milligan, Simon Elliott just bring the cars back under control. Milligan in position number 2. So in damp conditions, I'm going to say changing, trying, slippery, horrible Sandown conditions.
Yes, it's as you would know, it's a very interesting place once it gets wet, and so many surface changes, so many grip levels that change throughout the lap. Every single lap as the rain gets heavier and heavier. It's a tricky place when it's wet, and we can see Simon Elliott there a bit further down the field. So he's obviously come off around the lap somewhere. So maybe that was him with the double wave yellows at the exit of 4. And we hope that Kalen's okay. And we got Maddie Chester here.
Maddie started out of position number 16. So fantastic tribute livery to those cars there, and I guess there's going to be a lot of kids out there that are going to be attracted to both those cars, isn't there?
There was already a couple walking through the pits before the race, coming up, pointing it out.
Thanks, mate. Take your time.
And it's cool to see. It's cool to see different liveries that come throughout the series. There's obviously a lot of MG Sport and Racing tributes with the grey and the green. And here's a replay, and it just looks like she just hit a damp spot on the exit of 5 there. And
there was no one else in play there, really, was it? It was an acceleration under damp conditions there, and once you've gone sideways.
I think she clips the ripple strip.
There it is, the back end of the ripple strip. That'll be painted and shiny and just upset the balance. And And just going off what some of these Fs do, they're quite forgiving to a point, and then they like to take over. And here comes the whole field under control. There's the Richard Milligan car we touched on, car number 10, Morris Garage out of Bayswater. Looks after a lot of engineering and roadworthy certification processes, and really cool to see this car, and the weight of responsibility is not lost on Richard. He understands the what he's got. He knows what he's got, and the success it had, and getting his I guess his sense and sensibilities around it is certainly a priority to him. But I guess for all of us enthusiasts, and I used to go to the racetrack to see this car race with Dr. Mort at the wheel. Seeing it just at the racetrack for me is brilliant. Yeah,
it's an amazing car, and it's great to see it out there in the hands of Richard, and he does a great job driving it and gets it out there on track for people like us that have been around for that amount of time to keep seeing it go around, and for the new generation of race fans to see. So that's really good to see. The car
we're just watching here, this one here that we're looking at, that you have to correct me, SV8, the
RV8
car, RV8.
Yep.
That is a masterpiece as well, isn't it? That's just a whole different iteration on a V8.
Yeah, it's an absolute work of art. If you get a chance down in the pits, go have a look at it. The bodywork comes off, and it's amazing to look at. And the effort that Simon and his team have gone into building that is just exceptional, and it goes as well as it looks.
It does, yeah. I guess it's at the end of a line of the development of that particular car, which spans a couple of decades, and it was sort of the last iteration that they went to. And as a road car, they were an absolute rocket, and as a race car, and I don't know, you probably can tell me more about it, but as a race car, there's not a lot of the original road car left.
No, I think maybe the badge, and that's probably about it. Yeah.
I guess we sort of look at the guy at the front of the field in Phil Chester as well, and look at that and say, well, yeah, that's certainly a broad-reaching analogy, if you like, of what an MGB GT V8 was all about.
Yeah, they're all such good-looking cars, such good feats of engineering, and the owners or the guys that have built them, they just treat them so well, and they drive them so well, and it's great to see them on track.
And then we look at these cars here. This one here particularly grabs my attention every time it goes out on track. A real corporate style livery on it, but that in itself and the bodywork on that car is something different as well, isn't it?
Yeah, so Rod Wells, Bug-Eye Barn stable. So Rod is an MG and Bug-Eye enthusiast as well. Tribute to the MG Sport and Racing. So a newer look on an older style car with the Sebring front as well. So it's got three things going for it, that car. So it's got the difference to it. It's really good to see.
And then, of course, the staple menu of the iterations of MGBs that I guess, if MG wasn't already an international brand in motorsport, the MGB has just cemented it in the annals of history in automotive, haven't they?
Yeah, if you say MG to everyone, they think you're talking about an MGB.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're not sure that even the other models even exist. So,
and this, you look at them and you look at some of those MG specials that were based off TCs and TFs and all of those sorts of things, which, the ultimate heritage of MG, that's where it lands. But I guess when MG were wanting to try and make money as a car company, selling MGBs as fast as they could get them out the door.
Yeah, and they sure did that. So, going back to what you were saying though before, talking about reliability and finishing every race, have a look at P3.
Yes.
And I just want to give a shout out to Alana Ondaatje in P4 in front of her dad. So the lesser powered Stag has taken the lead in these changeable conditions. Alana had probably the race of her life at Sandown Historics, and it's looked like she's entered 2025 on the same form. So fingers crossed that, and imagine if she can give one to her old man.
Yeah, that's going to be fun time back in the tent after this one, isn't it, if that's the way it plays out. It's hard, cast our mind back 12 months ago. It was Phil Chester on a pretty nice February day, and you can hardly say that about today. It's not cold, but these conditions at Sandown, I'm going to say, are the most unideal conditions, because that run down into turn 1 when they did that resurface in the 90s is so greasy, and that's where the biggest break of the entire lap is. And you want a good bit of grip under there. It gets tricky. Richard Milligan came home in second place for the Morris Garages at this race last year. Danny Siama in that what was MGBT GT V8, largely standard looking car at the time, got home in third place. Michael Trathen in fourth. Gary Bulmer to Rod Wells, and that's the car we were just talking about. It Hank Swatterveen in there. Yourself, Chris, a position 8 there. Tony Vollebrecht, Gary Gibson, Johnny Makem home there in 11th, and that was the way it played out. I think we just had John Makem on screen there in the Bennett Signs entry. He's somewhere thereabouts in this field as we continue on our way under safety car here, clearing up the Chester car that came across. It's Kalen Chester, and that looked to be not a nice hit either. It looked to have caused quite a bit of damage, so I would suggest we haven't had any really good look at that car yet, but when you see the bonnet and the guard flare up like that when they hit the wall, that certainly can't be nice. There's the sister car to it.
Yeah, it's a real shame. They both have been doing such a great job this weekend so far and put in good performances in qualifying, and look, it does look like they did clip that ripple strip, and unfortunately that in these conditions you can't even really call it a mistake, can you? Like, it's just, it can happen going down the straight. We saw what happened to Jeff St.
I guess we refer to that as a twist of fate, really, don't we?
Yeah.
And sadly, it comes off like that. I was chatting to Phil yesterday just at the track. He was having, he'd actually just given the red car a bit of a run around, a bit of a safety check, and super proud. I mean, what better way to go racing as a dad, to have your two girls racing in the same field with you? And we're about to touch on that with Keith and Alana, aren't we, to see how that one plays out. Looks like Keith's giving a fair old run as the safety car comes in this lap. He's given it a good old air gap between himself and Alana. It looks like Richard Milligan,
he's looking racy.
He's behind Phil Chester there as the green flag's waved, and away we go. He's played it to his advantage. He knew his car's gearing very, very well. He knew he'd be able to get away off the line there, but Milligan looks to go with him in number 10, and that car has seen the front of this straight many, many times. Here comes Keith Nandachi.
See them squirming under brakes into one. What's Keith? Is he going to get up the inside? There goes Richard around. He's just, and unfortunately, they're all spinning around here.
They're the
very
ones on
slippery.
slicks, aren't they?
Yes. Unfortunately, I think the two stags, they're
Alana's
just trying to get out of the way and probably hit a damp spot. But the real winner out of that I saw was Hank Zwardeveen. He's come up.
Cruised on through, didn't he?
Split.
As did Edwards as well, came through there. And Alana just getting back on. Richard, he's going to have to take a different avenue. You're not going to get over that bump with a low front air dam like that on that car. And here comes Elliott behind St John Cox. So Elliott fighting back now, will be inside the top 10 after a pretty tough start to this race. I reckon they're going to get the last lap board this time around, so it's going to be a real dash towards the line for the MG and invited British cars. Sports sedans up next. Advanced car carriers, sports sedans will be up next. We look forward to seeing them. Tricky conditions for sports sedans if they choose to run on slicks. Keith Nandachi now just being gazumped by some of the other cars. I wonder if he's got an issue on board there, Chris.
I'm not sure. I know that car's got a lot of power, big slicks. It looks pretty wet. I think he's just taking it easy. Race 1, round 1.
Keep it all straight and narrow. Exactly. It's a lot of bespoke bodywork to get messed up on that car. That is for sure. First time today I've seen the bonnet up on that car, and there is nothing short of a thoroughbred race engine in the engine bay of that thing.
No, it's another work of art, that car. It's had so many developments over the years and got bigger, better. Each year it rolls out. So
just noting, they're not showing at the Crow's Nest. They're not showing the last lap board, but the officials there do have it in hand. So I would suggest another lap around, and I would think that Keith Nandachi would have liked to have seen the checkered flag, just seeing how he's cruising at the moment. But this is the push, isn't it? This is where it all comes into it. Some of these cars are well over 55 years old and kept going. And I guess at the end of 20 minutes of racing, some of them have got a bit of asthma and a bit puffed out, and that's just the drivers.
Yeah, and the fuel tanks in some of these smaller cars aren't built for long races, so they'll be getting to the bottom of their tanks. And as we see, Jim Dodd up the inside of St. John Cox, nearly, just couldn't quite get through. Jeff should have the power up the back straight. If Jim and Gordon Bunyan can stay on the back of Jeff, they might have a chance over the top of the hill going into Dandenong Road. This is a great result from Jim Dodd in this weather. He is driving very, very well. He's going to be jumping for joy if he finishes where he is back down in the pits after this one.
Have a look at this gaggle of MG and invited British cars up the hill. How do you like your British car, an MG or a Triumph? It's pretty much the options we've got here for you today. I'm really enthused to light a fire under some TVR owners to see if we can get them out there. That'd be cool to see in the invited British.
Yes, if you've got an invited British car that fits the current set of rules, send an inquiry off to the committee, committee@mgracing.com.au, and put your application in to run. As we can see, Jim, has he got up? Yes, he has. Great move from Jim. And if the car fits the set of rules, then you can come race, and we're more than welcoming to see whoever in nearly whatever to come race.
So Lotuses.
Yeah.
Yep. Invited British cars. Last lap board is out. There's the RV8 of Simon Elliott. Looks like an absolute monster. The monster that is Keith Ondaatje. Well, he's not a monster. In fact, he's a lovely bloke. But car 40, that Stag, looks huge in the background on the long run up the straight here. And it looks like the number 10 there as well, who's went around Richard Milligan. He's got it all back running. There's James Dodd in the 66. And for all intents and purposes, the Dodd car, the same mechanical package, but loaded into the front of the car as the MGFs have in the back.
Yes.
Or the Rover sort of power plant.
Yep, and front wheel drive in the ZR. So the ZRs, they do like the wet. And you can nearly go as quick as you can in the wet as you can in the dry. Nearly. So as we can see, Alana Ondaatje trying to get back up to the pack there, going out of 4. Here comes Phil Chester, easing his way through the last couple of corners to if he gets through here, he'll greet the checkered flag to open his something. Oh, there's Rod Wells stuck on the exit of the last corner there.
You know it's damp underfoot when Phil Chester's just easing the throttle on to get to the line there. So he takes race number 1 in the Trico, seeing you through Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for invited British and racing cars, and they are all just easing their way to the finish line now. You never really see them all just line up to follow each other through Dandenong Road. They start to splay each other out and think, well, double wave yellows, we're not going to be able to pass anyone anyway, so let's just make sure we all get back to the line. And that's the Rod Wells car that is parked across the line there. So Chester, Trathern, Elliott and Edwards home into P4.
Yeah, that's a great result from Jason. He'll be so happy with that. All the way from Adelaide, so well worth the trip over already. He's got his money's worth on a Saturday, so tomorrow he'll be back ready for more.
Well, it was great when we had Lindsay bring the GT6 Triumph over. He would come over from Adelaide as well and did a great job in the championship. I think he podiumed at the end of that season 2 years ago. Here's our recovery crew.
And here comes Rod back to the car.
And there's Fluffy's car, the recovery vehicle. I'm pretty sure that's what it says on the registration plate there.
That's what I'm reading as well.
The recovery crew there. Let's get that well and truly out of the way. So we look back, and it was the Kalen Chester car that had an incident on the back straight, which we had to clear, had a couple of laps under safety car. And there we have the straight just out of view is where that car is stranded. There's the results. Phil Chester to Simon Elliott.
Keith Ondaatje, Rod Wells, Mike Trathern, St. John Cox, Alana Ondaatje and John Makem.
John Makem getting inside the top 10. And the fastest lap did actually go to Phil Chester on a 1:41.7 in tricky conditions. Chris, thank you very much for joining us. Of course, MGs and invited British cars on track at 10:30 tomorrow morning. So you get a little bit of a sleep in and get back out of the track. I'm sure if people are here at the track and want to have a look over those cars, the crews will be pouring over them in about 10 minutes' time. Making
Yep,
sure
come
they're ready.
down, check them out, and tune in tomorrow to check out some more great racing.
Thanks, Chris. That's
Thanks,
great
Sam.
racing by the MG and invited British cars. We've got up next the big bangers of Australian motorsport. Let's hear it for the Gods of Thunder. The Sports Sedans will be on track next. Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen, and we welcome a brand new sponsor to the Victorian Sports Sedan Series, and that is welcome to Advanced Car Carriers. A big thank you to Advanced Car Carriers. They've taken over from the Groove Train Eastland, and we thank them, Vince Stenter and the crew down there, for all the support over the last few seasons. Great to have Advanced Car Carriers join QP Lubes and National Blind Supplies in supporting the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship, or as it's aptly called, the Australian Sports Sedan Championship Series Australia, and the Victorian division out on track now. I'm Darren Smith, and I got to say it's with a heavy heart, and sadly I introduced Darren Hossack. Always good to call a race with your dads, but you're supposed to be in this one.
Yeah, obviously bought the RX-7 out here for its first race meeting this weekend and had a really good day yesterday. Didn't miss a beat, but unfortunately in that qualifying session something's broken between the gearbox and the engine, and it's a torque tube car, so we can't sort of see what's in there, and even if I knew what it was, I don't have one to fix it. So I'm up here with you.
Well, there you go. I guess that is the big advantage of that, is that between myself and the viewers and the people trackside here, we get to interrogate your wealth of knowledge across the smallest of cars, your time in supercars, and of course the biggest of cars. And one of them is related to the car on pole position. It's a very, very big welcome to pole position to Cadell Ambrose, and he's about to get educated, because right next to him is Dean Cam in this Corvette. A rolling start, his first time for a rolling start, his first time in the John Gourlay brand new Audi A4. Don't be confused, everyone. This is not the car that the guy sitting next to me, Darren Hossack, Jack Perkins, Jordan Caruso drove. This is a brand new one into the stable, and it has been given to a 17-year-old guy who was massive in the karting scene, came into circuit racing in his Hyundai XL. Julie won the championship. In fact, he won the first race here today in his XL, and that is up for sale. So it's winning races, and I guess one of the best XLs you could possibly get a hold of. Dean Cam going through all the machinations here, just letting Cadell know that he is alive and well right beside him in that Corvette. And I've got to say, a guy you want to get an education from in sports sedans, it would probably be Dean Cam, because he's a pretty fair income racer, but he'll give you the room you need. They come around under a rolling start. We get the 2025 Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for sports sedans underway, and it is Dean Cam that gets the throttle down hard. He's running Goodyears for the first time here this weekend, and I got to say, he didn't have a super impressed look on his face. John Ippolito down the inside, wants to lead into turn one. And we've got Cadell having to take evasive action. He keeps into it, comes in off the back of the ripple strip, and just rejoins there. Brett Dickey, he's searching around the outside there in the under 2-litre turbocharged car. And this is Sports Sedans. Welcome, Cadell. There it is, down into turn number 2. He's trying to keep this car in one piece. He doesn't want to put a scratch on it. And he's got Andy Brown in his mirrors. Now, there's a guy that'll tear the Advanced Car Carrier sticker off the side of your car under brakes down into Dandenong Road.
Yeah, I know the tyres that Cadell's got on that car are quite a few years old, and it's a bit hard to see what the track conditions are actually like out there in terms of dampness at the moment. Some of the guys might have slicks on, I'm not sure, but I can tell you now, for him, this is his first time driving that car in these conditions on old tyres. So, as you said, he just wants to bring it back in one piece. They're just about putting miles on that car this weekend, and I'm sure he'll get plenty of opportunity over the weekend to show his speed.
Let's have a look at the back of the Brett Dickey car. It's got the whole diffuser and rear bumper. It's flapping around there, and this car relies on its aero package almost more than anything. Turbocharged, 4-cylinder car. Brett is back off to the USA in a month's time, and he has just re-announced his assault on the Pikes Peak hill climb as well. Massive international event. Brett's been doing it for a number of years, and we wish him all the very best on his international time here. Ippolito and Greg Lynch going for it here. This is for the minor positions at the moment. This is 3rd and 4th, or is it 2nd and 3rd on the road. There's Brett Dickey. Let's wind up the turbo and get him going up the back straight here. Cubic inches down. And we've got Jim Policina in there as well, down from New South Wales. Always great to have Jim drop in for a race. Look at Brett Dickey now. Looks out behind Greg Lynch. Lines up the back of the Ippolito Black Commodore. But the turbo car just missing out on it there as well. Boy, oh boy, that's some frustration there. The Bollards direct entry, a magnificent looking machine. And I've got to say, they all are. Policina looks to the inside. an ex-supercar. He's got lots and lots of data to call on with that car. So those things do pound around here in the Sandown 500. Plenty of reference charts to refer to. And, of course, Dean Lilly in the background doing all the mastery. But Jim Pollicina, huge experience, great racing car driver. And I've got to say, Adrian Reed, brand new engine in that car. And this is a hark to yesteryear, I guess you'd have to say. Darren, these things, these minis, they're as long as they are wide and can sometimes be a bit of a handful. But boy, sports sedans would be nothing without the beginnings of those things in the category, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. If you think back to, like the late 70s, early 80s, when they had the mini series, I think it was the Super Brick series, and there was a lot of minis, and I guess they're all tucked away in people's garages, but fortunately there's one that isn't.
And Adrian has been, I said it at a presentation dinner for the Sports Sedans last week, follow his Facebook page because it is an immaculate home build, and that's exactly what it is, like a lot of these cars are. And we just see Cadell Ambrose finding his feet, following Jim Pollicina, Greg Lynch, who's had massive power steering problems all through 2024. They've got themselves an ex-supercar rack in that thing now, and let's hope that he's put 2024 behind him and he can start to get his season underway. And it looks to me like we're getting reports back, rain underway. You see the flaggies reaching up for their hoods there as well, so it's definitely raining. All these cars are on slicks, and there goes Greg Lynch. He goes round. Everyone taking evasive action. There's Andy Brown, a club car racer from the 90s, an excellent engineer of race cars. He eases past in his Camaro there as well. Dean Cam happily out in front in the number 66, 5-star fencing outfit there. John Ippolito now, and he's got Jim Pollicina, Cadell Ambrose in the bright blue Audi on debut in sports sedans. Just trickling along there. He's got the big banner, advanced car carriers down the side of his car.
Greg had actually done the hard work then. He got past John, and then the moment he got past, he sort of threw it away. But that was at the point where the rain came down, and I guess in that group he was the pioneer a little bit there. So it'll be interesting now that it has got a little wetter, to see. We don't know exactly what condition everyone's tyres are in and what they're running. It looks now like Cadell's sort of starting to wind up the wick a little bit. He's had enough of sitting in that group, and he's probably knocked the scale off those tyres a bit, and he looks like he wants to press on a bit now.
He certainly found his groove, hasn't he? And this is, I guess, really the only first opportunity for him to run with it free, and that is getting very squirrely under there. So he's got the boot into it, and the clouds are absolutely opening up down there at Dandenong Road. It's, for all intents and purposes, in the main straight, it's dry. And we've got another car that's looped it there. That's the Lynch car, of course, went round there a lap or so ago. So he's trying to gather it all back up again. Everybody keeping off those painted lines now. That will bring you unstuck.
Yeah, Sandown's got many challenges, and one of them is it does seem to rain on some parts of the circuit and not others. The other challenge is also the surface. Some of the surface which they're approaching now, heading into turn 2, has been there since 1984, so it's actually quite slippery. Looks like Dean Cam's actually got some sort of problem there because John Ippolito's passed him, and also Cadell Ambrose as well. So maybe the car's sitting down a bit in the right rear corner, or...
His first time on Goodyears too. He was running on some old Hancooks yesterday, so he's got some Goodyears on board there as well, and that was interesting. It was Thomas Randall that ran on Goodyears here last year as well, and he ran on Michelin's as well. And of course, Thomas holds the lap record at a 107.44. We're well south of that, and of course, in these horrible conditions. Darren, what are you thinking out there now in a sports sedan shod with slicks?
Well, if you've got slicks, and I dare say that Dean Cam probably does, looking at the rate that he's gone backwards, looks like we've got double wave yellow there. Sports sedans has many challenges when it rains, and the first is just vision. Like the cars want to fog up. On Cadell's car, we actually just covered the inside of the windscreen with shampoo, if you can believe it, because that seems to keep the fog down. So we've just gone under safety car now. So dealing with vision is one of the issues. A lot of these guys don't race in the wet very often, so when they do drag the wets out, fair to say they're not always premium wets. Having said that, I've got a brand new set that I just picked up off Russell Stuckey this morning. that would have been good in these conditions. But anyway, that's the way the cookie crumbles. But yeah, it looks like now. I mean, most of the guys look like they can see out the windscreens okay, and that's always a good thing. Yeah, but horsepower and a lack of grip is never an ideal situation to manage, is it?
Darren, you were in the race here. I think it was a Sandown 500 about 98, 99, where the clouds open, and that turn one was like a skating rink. Everyone came boring out of the pits down the hill, and there was Coke cars into the fence. There was, I think they were called pack leader cars at that point into the fence down there at turn one. That surface, even to this day, over 20 years later, is still tricky at turn one, isn't it?
Well, it's a bit ironic. When we do driver training, we used to do a power oversteer exercise down at turn one because it was slippery. And what happened, they'd resurfaced it, and it had that much grip that when we hosed it down, we couldn't do the exercise anymore. So the likes of myself, Stephen White, Andy McGuinness, all the driver trainers, when it rained that weekend, we're like, we know about all the grip down at turn one. Well, I can tell you, the grip wasn't there. It was so slippery, and I think that year, with 3 laps to go, I was running third in the Sandown 500, and Fred Gibson said, Hossack, 8 laps to go, and I thought, this is it, this is the breakthrough, and I counted them down. The checkered flag didn't come out, and as he started to speak, I aquaplaned and backed it into the fence at turn one. So 0 to 0 in one foul swoop.
And I definitely wasn't referring to that. I was just saying that there was so many rock stars that spun it.
Well,
at
absolutely.
Turn one. Like some cars went down the fence for 300 metres. It was that slippery. And the water, it was aquaplaning. The water was an inch deep across the straight. And it's certainly a cruel way that motorsport does throw at us. But the sports at Anfield now coming under control. A big shout out to Advance Car Carriers, of course, being down the side of the John Gourlay Audi, being driven by the young Cadell Ambrose, but emblazoned across the front window of the entire field. We all acknowledge that we don't go racing without sponsors, whether it be at club sprints or here at state level or national level racing. And to see the likes of Trico seeing you through with their wiper blades with this entire championship for 2025, and we applaud them for that. But a lot of these other club type sponsors helping us through. And really, we look at the sides of the cars, and Brett Dickey comes into view there with Dean Cam behind him. Bollard's Direct, Graham Gilliland and his business throwing support to him as well. And, take that car out of the equation. That's a tribute livery. Everyone else has got, Ma and Pa type organisations that help keep their race cars going around and round, don't they?
Yeah, and the reality is, any sort of support that you can get is going to be welcomed. Fortunately through Blendline TV, you get to showcase those supporters. And I'll tell you what, I look at Johnny Polito's car, and I reckon he's got a Trico blade there. It looks to be doing a great job wiping the water off the screen, doesn't it?
And it doesn't even look like it's raining now. It's just keeping the screen warm, I would suggest.
I reckon he's just showing off. Going, look what
I've got
guys.
some Tricos.
Yeah.
How to get on TV? Just get the Trico blades running across your windscreen. So there it is, our race leader, Jim Policino, down from New South Wales. Vastly experienced driver. I guess his main attention these days is touring car masters, and those cars are very, very rapid indeed. So safety car is accelerating away. Jim knows how to restart races under safety cars. Done a lot of production car type racing in a Lotus and a GDS as well. Ryan Simpson on board, of course Dean Lilly, who prepares this car, also drove with him in that, and away we go. Johnny Polito now looks to the inside. Cadell Ambrose just feeling their way around, and the track is now, for all intents and purposes, in a dry condition. Dean Cam fanning out across the track, everyone being well aware that you can't overtake until you hit that control line, and they've given these 3 front runners a massive gap to the rest of the field. And I think it might have been McGlurkin Senior that was sitting back there in P4 that has just let this front pack skip away. So it's 2 Commodores, an ex-supercar, a bespoke floor pan sports sedan that won last year's floor pan or production championship in the sports sedans, and the brand new John Gourlay owned Audi with its brand new sticker on the side, Advanced Car Carriers. Here's the rest of the field being led by Brett Dickey. He is chasing it down now to Dean Cam. Ben McLeod, he's got through there as well in the red Commodore. Big thanks to Ben for right across the Blendline TV crew and the commentary team for the coffees here this weekend. There's the shout out, Ben. Does a terrific job. The Black Mamba Racing entry, it has had a massive birthday over the off-season. First couple of seasons, Ben was ever the gentleman, was learning how to do it. Last year it seemed to be popping tyres and damage all around. He's given it a good birthday over the off-season and it looks magnificent again, but he's turned the level up. He's not coming to the track now to run 5th or 6th. He's coming to the track to take out a title, and that car number 72, has certainly got the goods, and the driver is fully prepared to do the job as well.
Looking at the lap times that they're doing now, you know, you'd have to say, Daz, that the track's actually quite dry, and looking at the speed that Dean Cam sort of got, you know, I'd say he didn't have a problem. He's probably on a dry tyre. You know, and now the track's dried out, he's sort of coming back again at these guys. But although having said that, he probably has lost a little bit of speed there.
How's this for a true sports sedan battle? These cars are moving around on a tricky surface, and these two are not giving each other an inch. We can just see by the wind blowing off up there that it is definitely a tricky condition. When you get up to VMAX up the straight here, that wind will be buffeting these cars around. You can actually see Brett Dickey's giving it a good metre clearance to the edge of the track there, so he's feeling a lot of that buffeting around of the car going up that hill.
Yeah, Brett and I actually spoke about that yesterday, and he was saying, you know, you feeling the car moving around at the end at the back straight, and obviously when you've got a smaller, lighter car, and particularly in Brett's case, got quite a lot of aero on it, any wind that is around, and obviously that's the highest part of the circuit, it is certainly going to have an impact on moving the car around on the circuit a little bit. But this is a great battle, isn't it? I mean, two different types of cars you would not find, and the speed is quite good, and Ben's going really well. We know he's put a lot of work into that car over the off season, and
lead change, swap back again.
I tell you what, you got to hand it to John Ippolito, don't you? He's pulled his big boy pants on today, and he's having a bit of a crack. So yeah, it's actually quite a race up at the front.
He couldn't get to the presentation dinner last week to get his trophy from last season because he had his mum's birthday. I said to him, good boy, look after mum.
Absolutely.
You're going to win another championship at some stage. It's never going to be your mum's birthday at that year again. So good on him for doing that. Jim Policina's got the light switched on. Here comes Brett Dickey. Ben's got the light switched on there as well. And lurking in between all of them is the bright blue car, the 17-year-old Cadell Ambrose. Yes, that's right, son of Rowan Ambrose, multiple lap record holder in the club car and in early days and improved production in his RX-7, rotary engine guru international. And this is the next generation, and I've got to say the next generation is way more focused on it, and certainly an improvement. And I said that to Rowan's face yesterday, so he'll accept that. And of course, Susie, Cadell's mum, ever the fan, off to the sidelines there. I saw her a little bit nervous today, and she even admitted to me, I'm never normally nervous, but I'm really nervous to see Cadell. But he wasn't. He's just stepping out, isn't he?
I honestly, I gave him a few words of wisdom just prior to the start there about, you know, soften the sway bars off and this and that, and he looked at me like, mate, I got this, don't worry about it. I've been doing this a while now, so, you know, look, the thing that impresses me with Cadell is he's just so mature in that he's not trying to impress anyone. He respects the equipment. He knows it's a new car and it's going to have some teething issues, and he's just going about his business and doing a good job of it. So
I said to Susie this morning, Darren, I said, the last time I spoke to a young bloke that had so much poise was at Queensland Raceway, and his name was Oscar Piastri.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just moved around the outside of John there, so he's brought it up into second position. We're on the last lap now, so not sure if he'll settle for that or if he'll have a bit of a lunge down here at Jim. Looks like he's decided he'll at least show the nose, but probably ran senior there, getting in the, well, not getting in the way, I shouldn't say
getting
that,
out of the way.
being in the wrong spot for that move to occur. So looks like Jim's going to hang on to this one, and not a bad race in the end, Daz.
Certainly, Jim Policina takes first blood in the Advanced Car Carriers Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. An ominous sign for the rest of this weekend anyway, as we expect the National Championship programmed to come the way of Cadell Ambrose. He gives that car its debut in position number 2 as Johnny Polito into position number 3 trying to defend his title. Brett Dickey home in 4. Ben McLeod in the number 72 doing a very clean race. And I've got to hand it to both Brett and Ben. They read the conditions. They did it well. Dean Cam as well was like, I need to keep a sensible head on my shoulders and bring the 66 home. Then it is Andy Brown in the number 60 Camaro Sims. And then we go to, I think it'll be Adrian Munger next, or and Brogno coming through there. But we've had our top 8. There's Sims and Monga through in Brogno, Sammy Brogno in the almost standard type of Toyota 86 there. Greg Lynch after a Torridole affair getting home in 11th. Darden Brown to be the next one through. Ram McGlurkin Senior completing 8 laps. Tegan Collins also in the black RX-7 keeping well out of the way, just driving a race on a dry tyre in tricky conditions, and great to see Tegan back out on track for this season. Adrian Reed Sandley parked up, and there's a tribute there to you, Darren, into the commentary booth there as well. So
actually, P16, I'll take that. That's
take
all right.
The points for that.
That was the cheapest race I've ever had.
Well, Darren Hossack, thank you so much. And look, if you're around tomorrow, or if you're doing some work on building more race cars or something tomorrow, we'd love to have you in the commentary booth to enlighten us on what it's like to race these gods of thunder. And I guess we see you at the next round, or unless you can source parts overnight tomorrow morning for a race.
Yeah, I'll just sort of see. I mean, I was sort of planning on doing Malala Historics and all, but, you know, I'm not knowing what's broken and how long it's going to take to make, whatever. But no pressure. This is just all about fun for me, so it can't be stressful at any point. But I'll no doubt see you tomorrow.
Fantastic. Thanks, Darren, to have you here. Well, that is the Advanced Car Carriers, QP Lubes and National Blind Supplies Victorian Sports Sedans clear of the track now. On track next is the sports cars for their first 20-minute race. Then we'll go straight into Formula B, Formula Ford, improved production, and we'll finish today with the Porsche 944 Challenge. Stick with us. Make sure you stay on the YouTube channel for Blendline TV, or follow it via the Victorian State Race Series Facebook page. But certainly YouTube offers you the best uninterrupted coverage right throughout the 2025 season. The Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships presented by 888 Home Loans. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with Sports Cars. Welcome back trackside for round number 1 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And for those that like a bit of thoroughbred sports cars, we have got the cars making their way out onto track, and I can't think of a more fitting way than a Porsche to lead the field away. And in fact, these two cars that are gracing us with their presence out on track right now are some of the later versions of what I guess we hark back to the 911. Sports cars has always been a happy home for the Porsches, and just a little touch of history on the Victorian Sports Car Championship. I'm hoping that George Vidovic has made his way out to the track here today. I know he was here yesterday. He's in Australia with his Can-Am car. He's going to be doing the Adelaide Motorsport Festival in a few weeks' time. But the man in the cowboy hat that ran those magnificent Cobra replicas, or Python racing cars as they were, over, I can say 20 years ago now. It's great to have George at the track. He's a massive figure in that era of the Victorian sports car or production sports scene as these cars come around. I'm Darren Smith, and for the first time in 2025 here at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, I welcome Emma Dean to the broadcast. Emma, you love sports cars, you love the automotive industry. In fact, you're well and truly engaged in the Melbourne Motor Show scene as well at this point in time, but sports cars is your thing, isn't it?
It is, Darren. That is totally my era. Can't be more excited to be here. And in case you were rubbing your eyes for the fans of the 2024 season, that is a 992 Cup car that you're seeing out there. Tim Wolf has made the step up from his 991.1. That Kamal Murad is in this weekend, or 991.2 I should say. And you got Daniel Quimby leading the front there in a 991.1 Cup car with Karl Murad behind. Both of these guys, they're 16 and 17, Darren. Kamal has just come back from Europe. He was doing Italian F4. Kamal's come back from Italian F4. He placed, I think, 13th. And Daniel Quimby placed second in USA Formula Ford. Might
I say, the Italian F4 is the fiercest open-wheeler category in the world, and very well acknowledged for that. So this is going to be really interesting. Sports cars racing in the Victorian scene has always been give each other room, let's do some racing, let's all put them back in the trailer. With what you've just mentioned, this is going to be on from the flag drop. It's a rolling start. Let's get the 2025 Victorian Sports Car Championship underway. Welcome back to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for the sports cars.
And we are, nice tight formation there.
Away.
Racing, we're off. Oof. Please show me turn 1. Okay, here we go. Daniel Quimby in the lead. Oh, I don't know if Kamal and Daniel are going to give each other any room. That's as much room as you're going to see between those two all day.
Yeah, I've got to say, Quimby's got through beautifully off the start there. He's led the field very, very nicely. Kamal has just lost, I guess, a little bit of room there off the start, and we see the 175 of Cameron Reese coming through there as well. Just looking back, we haven't got Bailey Love in the field at the moment. There's only one of the Audis that's made their way out as well.
One of the Mercedes?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it quite yet.
Neither of the Mercs have made their way out in the field. It's just a bevy of German Porsches and one German Audi out there at the moment. So I wonder if they were a little bit pensive about the wet conditions, because right now the track is 100% dry. We've had a little bit of rain, but the wind and I'm going to say the ambient temperature is quite high as well. So that's keeping the track dry. But there's the 175. Cook's Motorbody Works down the side, down there in Moorabbin. But have a look at this. Daniel Quimby just getting nicely away there. And it doesn't look as though anyone's in a particular hurry, Em. They're just driving around, getting themselves used to the Sandown International layout in these tricky conditions.
I'd love to say that I'd love to say that maybe they're warming the tyres, Darren, but it doesn't account for the lack of pace that we're seeing on screen. It's probably a little bit slippery out there. I think there might be some residual oil on track. I'm not sure, but this isn't quite the race shaping up as we thought it would be.
77 now of Kamal Murad, just getting back through, claiming that position back. The other interesting thing is out of this field is is there's no Andy Hall in the mix there as well.
No, Andy's decided to take a bit of a step back. Andy's got 8 cars out there this weekend, which is actually all cars on track right now, because the only cars he's not running this weekend are the 2 Love GT4 Mercs that are noticeably absent. So Andy's actually running Cup car engineering now, and he's the president of the Ports production sports car category. And yeah, he's running the car, so he can't have his own car out there. I think it's tempting. I think this is quietly killing him.
Well, he was out on track yesterday getting some practice. Oh, look at that. There's that bit of wet stuff. We saw Cadell Ambrose in the Audi Sports Sedan getting all sorts of squirrely there as well. So still a little bit damp just before they hit the line of the Penrite Bridge. And
that looked a bit tentative, didn't it?
It was. I reckon if you had your 992.1 squirreling, you'd be getting a bit tentative.
I don't know. These guys, like Kamal's not a slouch. He would
No.
know what he's doing. So that looked a bit tentative. Maybe he's not quite confident in the car yet, but I can't imagine that being the case. Stephen Sluger's doing fantastic up in second. Stephen's only been racing for 4 or 5 years, and it's he came from track days into this. And, you know, I've watched Stephen come on beautifully with his skill and his confidence. So it's great to see him up in second. We've also got a 2011 Audi R8 LMS out there this weekend, Darren, of Andy Tudor. Andy Tudor and Andy Hall both raced in Bathurst a couple of weekends ago and had a great time up there. First time for both of them racing on the mountain.
What a bucket list thing to tick off. The interesting thing about Stephen Sluger was he had the Tony Quinn Cup car, which was fully restored into its VIP trim. He's moved on from that car now, and I would suggest taking a little bit more serious his campaign in the sports cars. Exit Jamie Lovett and Andy Hall, and you sort of start to become one of the favourites for this title.
And just on screen there, we've got Andy Smith in the Midatoyo 991.1 Cup car. He's come up from the 997. It's currently out the back on sale with a big for sale sticker on the back of it. He's loving the 991.1, but when I spoke to Tim Wolfe about his first day in the 992, which was yesterday, he didn't have a chance to get it on track and test. I said, did you hate it? And he said, I did. I hated the thing, but then he's gotten back in it again and loves it, and he's getting dialed in. But there's a massive difference, not so much in horsepower between the 991.2 and the 992, but there's so many more electronic things, there's so many more assistance features in the 992. That feel that you get when you drive 991 Cup cars, you can't tap into anymore. You almost have to be, there it is on screen, the 992. You almost have to remember where it can go and what the bum can do in certain conditions and try and anticipate it. But there's so much assistance on that car that for the first time out there after coming out of a 991, you feel a bit out of whack.
How cool does this car look? This is Andy Tudor. Pit lane clothing, livery, they put a lot of imagination into it. Great clothing range there as well. Check it out, pit lane clothing. And of course, we'll have one of the guys absolutely instrumental in this, Jack Atley. He'll be racing in the last race of the day in the 944s. But wow, the livery that they've put on that car, it really does stand out. There's the newer car there, just driving away nicely with Tim Wolfe. Dry conditions here. Here comes Andy Tudor. The 4 rings of the Auto Union Deutsche across the top of the hill, and the pit lane clothing livery down the side. The Audi R8. Boy, they threw a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons early at the Bathurst 12 Hour this year. Certainly not dominating like they did a decade or so ago, but they're going to be for a very, very long time as they start to filter down the levels of motorsport. They're going to be a very, very nice weapon of choice.
Well, they should be dominating trophy in a couple of years' time, that's for sure. But they're still up there, they're still fighting, and they're probably the most affordable car to get into GT3 racing. I think the Ferraris are up in the 2 million mark to go and buy. So, yeah, it's good bang for buck if you're up in that class of driver.
And I think as the car is not being developed by the factory quite like it was, the BOP will certainly be starting to be removed as well. So the cars will remain thereabouts or competitive. I'm going to say in what the SRO does, but at this level of the sport, they're definitely going to be seeing, and I hope in the next few years, to bring it along with Porsche. Porsche are a stablemate in sports car racing, and so they should be. They've been doing it for so very long. They've always supported their motorsport fanatics, and that's why we see so many of them out there. And you hit the nail on the head, and bang for buck. It's out of my bang for buck range, but it's certainly
Same here.
in some people's bang for buck range. But
The nice thing that we're seeing, though, Darren, is in across GT4, GT3, where these cars were originally placed. In those categories, we're seeing more. We're seeing more marks of car because it's harder to keep the Porsches managed now. Supply chain issues and timing on those parts is a little bit longer and a bit more difficult. So we're starting to see
big push
squirrely.
here by a race leader. He's finding the levels there at 117.48 for Daniel Quimby at the moment. And so he just rattles it back up through the gearbox and will come up onto the back of the pit lane clothing car of Andy Tudor.
You just know for anyone else, though, Darren, that would have been a little bit of a fresh pants moment. But for a karting kid and a Formula Ford kid, he's probably got a nice big grin on his face when he does that on the Ripple Strip.
I was lucky enough to get a ride in a friend's road-going Porsche just before Christmas, and I had a few of those sort of moments as well where you think, whoa, you just caught that one.
That sounds personal.
Daniel Quimby goes through FCL Logistics, just ticks off the box and goes through on Andy Tudor. Andy just very cleverly getting out of the way there. He has no part getting mixed up in a talented race car driver. Not saying that Andy isn't, but this guy is a man of international experience, even at a very, very tender young age.
He's just using this for practice, Darren.
Aren't we
Seriously.
all? My drive down Springvale Road home is still I classify that as practice. Every set of lights, I'm on pole position. I classify that as practice.
Well, this kid in the number 42 is 16. I don't even think he's had his 17th birthday yet, and he can wring the neck of any car.
Hence being 16. If he'd had his 17th birthday, he would be 17. And there you go.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Oh, just as we were talking about it, he's lost the arse on that a little
Well,
bit.
he's got 13-second lead, so it's just a bit of autocross. So we'll take out
Mow the
both the
lawns.
Circuit Racing Championship and the Autocross Championship here this weekend, adding a bit of mixture into it. So the 42, just getting it a little bit mixed up. FCL Transport Services emblazoned across the bonnet and down the side. They're getting their airtime worth. It'd be great to get a bit of a look down at Tim Wolf. There he is, just in screen, that magnificent-looking car. And I love the way it's gone in the dark, I want to say gunmetal grey, but the highlights in the orange really stands out, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
I really like the livery. He's done well on it. It's got the pit lane clothing, obviously, on the side as well. But it's so nice to see the 991.1s. We don't have any 997s out there, unfortunately, this year. But the .1s, the .2s, and then the 992 out there, it's lovely seeing these. And it comes down to driver now, because there's not much in it between the two generations. 25 horsepower, I think, max between the 992 and 991s. So this comes down to driver. And the three cars on screen now are all Michelin Sprint pedigree drivers.
Yes, they are. Absolutely, indeed, at some point or another. And boy, don't most of those young guns tend to move on to other things, whether it be international like Matty Campbell. And Jackson Evans is back with us now. Here we go.
This is the race we wanted.
It certainly is. And Daniel Quimby, as a result of him going off right there at turn 9, is now coming under huge pressure. Kamal Rad goes up the inside.
Trees!
And around he comes onto the straight, puts the inside out. Both of them get the
guys.
rear of the Porsche stepped out. That pendulum effect. He's going to be pushed wide. And I tell you what, this is how Tim Wolf wanted to get a bit of airplay. He's got these two young guns ranging up behind him.
I would not want that. Karting brains switched on. Owner driver cars switched off.
Klaus Kenny, solicitors and lawyers emblazoned across the whole field. Front windscreen, series sponsor. And watch out, Timmy. They're coming on through here.
Oh, this is nerve-wracking. Come
Race
on, Tim.
lead
Tim can handle it.
change.
Oh. Let the kids go.
And away they go up the hill there. And he gets a bit of a look at probably where he'll be about mid-season once he gets used to strapping himself into this car. So it's the 77, a lead change after an off down at Dandenong Road for the 42, Dan Quimby. It's Kamal and Rad leading them down. Keep it all together. Kamal, the 77, gets it through. Threshold braking. And listen to that coming back through the magnificent Blendline TV, microphones, trackside, that flat 6, absolutely close your eyes. You could be anywhere. You could be Sebring, you could be Le Mans, it could be at Brands Hatch, but you're here at the home of horsepower for round 1 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, presented by 888 Home Loans for the Klaus Kenny Lawyers, sports cars for their first time, and a big welcome back to the State Racing Series to the sports cars.
Yeah, I can't say it enough, Darren. I actually want to get these guys a little bit closer to each other to see some more of that elbows out, watch out for your mirrors and handles action, because these guys are just so competitive. I talked to them off track and I said, are you guys they're friends. I said, are you friends on track? And they just went, F no. So it's, and that's Daniel's dad's car that's been bought, and Kamal is in Tim Wolf's old car.
Oh, yep. Okay, well, Tim will have been able to give it a wave as it goes by. And
well, they've lapped him, so he's not in contention. But
he certainly isn't. No,
he'd be happy to see it.
We've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. It's been on at the front in the early stanza. 2 laps to go on about lap 7. It lit up between these two, and Daniel has gone back. Also got Galvanize on board with that car. And this is a shot on the back straight now as we get a bit of a look.
Yeah, this is Steve Sluger with Cameron Rees coming up the rear. Oof. Nice little passing effort there.
It's a good run at it.
Yeah.
Down into Dandenong Road. Rees in the Cook's Motor Body Works 175 gets through on the 68.
And apologies for me, that is a 997, it's a .2. So nice little manual, lots of manual work inside that cockpit as well compared to the 991s and 992s.
What we probably need to get the sports car fraternity to work on for us is maybe a bit of a pictogram we can put up and you can see all the nuances, the differences of little changes in the 99s of what they all are.
Yeah, but you know what? It would never compare to what these guys have actually done to the cars.
That's true too. Yeah.
So God knows what's in them.
Yes.
But it is really down to the driver. I like seeing when you've got very similar cars. Not a lot of difference between them performance-wise, but it's the driver that makes all the difference.
So the 75 of Rees gets through on Steve Sluger. Steve Sluger just not being able to keep up with him, and behind him is Smith and Tim Wolf there as well. We just saw in the back shot the Audi. But here is car 2 on the road. Happens to be car number 42. Clear track in front and behind. Gee, Kamal Murad has just absolutely cleared out in the lead of this race. In a matter of 3 laps, he's got 8.1 seconds lead over this car, Quimby. Quimby was fast, and he's still been by far the fastest car on track at a 1:11.9. And in fact, on the last lap around, that was when he did it. So he's gathered it all back up. Mid-race off down at turn 9. So obviously having an issue because he's found the pace again and turned up the wick. He's 5 seconds a lap faster.
Well, I'm not sure what happened on the start. Maybe Mr. Gear, I'm not sure what happened there where he was a bit slow. But my God, he's on pace because lap 11, he clocked a 1:11.
Yeah.
In qualifying, Daniel Quimby had a 1:12. So that's rapid pace for these cars around here.
This is magic. Kamal is definitely doing a brilliant job on lap 11. And I would suggest all on Michelin's at this point in time. The breed has left the factory and the sticker right in the middle of the bumper there. That's Quimby on camera at the moment. But Kamal Brad out in front is absolutely flying. 4.9, let's get a bit accurate about it, seconds in 1 lap faster is a very, very hard thing to try and claw back with only this lap left to go. So they're on their last lap. Here comes, this is the 70 of Smith. And car number 1 on the road. There he is. This is Kamal Amrad leading this race now by 13.1 seconds and doing a terrific job.
Feels like Quimby might have picked up some damage when he did the landscaping out the back.
I think so. The car didn't look to be turning in as nice as what it was prior to that. And I guess the relinquishing of the lead and now this gap to Kamal Amrad.
Probably back off, save it. Let's have a look at it in the pits.
And Kamal he did F4, Italian F4,
yeah.
Yeah, so he knows you don't back off until the checkered flag. He's right up it. He will have learnt exactly. In fact, it is quite a piece of history and time now that the Italian F4 Championship is where everyone must go to before you can take the step through to F3, ultimately F2 and Formula 1. So
from memory, I think his best outcome was 13th in the Italian F4, and that in today, we've only got 8 cars out on track. But those guys have up to 30, 40 cars out on track at any time. So 13 is not a slouchy effort.
First race for the year and a welcome return to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for the Victorian Sports Cars. Race number 1, Trico, seeing you through, and it goes down to Kamal Amrad. And if the timing screen is anywhere near accurate, it's going to be about 19 seconds. And there comes Quimby, four-wheel drift onto the straight there. and brings it to the checkered flag for second. In fact, it's 21 seconds behind. So in 4 laps, Kamal Mrad, the graduate of the Italian F4 series, has got a 21-second lead over Daniel Quimby, who led. In fact, he led more laps of this race than what our eventual winner did.
Absolutely. Race 2 tomorrow, so I'm sure something will be corrected overnight with the Quimby car, because that's more than backing off. That's an issue with the car.
Yep, that's reading what's under you, and I guess a
Saving
bit of harm minimisation will be what's going on there. Cam Rees, we've got to shine a light on him as well. Steve Sluger, so Rees into 3, Steve Sluger into 4. Good drive, Steve. Well done for bringing it home in that point. There's Andy Tudor, just bobbling on the bumps that Sandown is famous for these days. Pit Lane Clothing Company, power down in the number 79 and drives that V10 all the way to the line. Magnificent soundtrack to sports car racing,
love
isn't
the
it?
V10s.
Absolutely. The flat sixes, the V10s. Hopefully we get to see some Ferraris, some of those screaming V8s would be good, and some Lamborghinis, and get those GT4 Mercs out there. It'd be interesting. Em, there's some homework for you. With the
While
loves.
we're at it, why don't we just bring back the V10 Formula Ones?
I think that's ship sailed, hasn't it? So
Yeah.
that is the sports car race for the first time for season 2025. Em, you've got some homework to do with the 2 Mercs to see where they disappeared to. But
Where's the love?
Yeah, exactly. Where is the love? Where is it indeed? We have got plenty more coming your way. Formula V up next, your trackside at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Back in a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
We are back here at the home of horsepower, wedged between Dandenong and Springvale and southeast of Melbourne. If you want to get and see some live racing where it's just one race after the other. We don't do dancing girls and handbrake turns on the main straight, although there was a car that hit the wall early on in the main straight. But we do race after race after race. We've got Formula V's. They've been given the 1 minute board down in the marshalling area. If you're looking across the track, it is just out the back of the pit and paddock area. If you're joining us via the live stream, check it out. If you're on Facebook and you want to have an uninterrupted view of the racing, jump over to Blendline TV's YouTube channel and you get uninterrupted live streaming right throughout this season. And we thank Trico for jumping on board with us there. We have had today's program. We opened it up with HQs and historic touring. We had XLs, MG and invited British. The big bangers are on track with sports sedans. Sports cars have just exited and Formula V's are on track next. I'm going to jump out and hand it over to the man that has been looking after Formula V's for a number of seasons now and doing a terrific job, and a young man who is absolutely coming on leaps and bounds in the motorsport commentary scene. Over to you, Steve, and to Tom Reed.
Thank you, Darren. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Sandown International Motor Raceway here in the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne. You can see there the Formula V field is leaving the marshalling area now to take to the track for their first 20-minute hit out for the weekend. First of 3 races like all of the other categories. As Darren said, my name is Steve DeVries. Opposite me for this afternoon's proceedings and for tomorrow's proceedings as well is the young Tom Reed, the up-and-comer here, Tom. You've had a nice introduction to Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship over the last couple of rounds of last year, and you're opposite me here again today, so it must be a good thing.
Yeah, it is. It certainly is, Steve. It's good to be back. It's our first time commentating with each other for 2025. We did a few events last year at Island Magic and Calder Park for the final round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship presented by Trico windscreen wipers, but we're back here for round 1 at Sandown Raceway, and we've actually got sunny skies.
Well, I think we've had about 4 seasons in about 4 hours today. They normally say it's 4 seasons in one day, but it's been quite condensed, the weather today. There's been on again and off again. We've had showers, we've had breaks of sun. It is beautiful there at the moment, but there is quite a breeze blowing at the moment, sort of down the front straight. So that'll pose a bit of a challenge for some of these drivers going into turn number 1. But we'd like to thank the Australian VW Performance Centre for coming on board as the title sponsor for Formula V this year for season 2025. They've been around the traps in Formula V for many years. They were also the title sponsor back when the National Challenge was held last by Victoria up at Winton Motor Raceway in season 2022. So it's great to welcome them back to the fold this year, taking over from the GR Motorsport Electrics, who we thank very, very much for what they did for Formula V in 2024. Field just coming round the bottom end of the circuit here, not too far away from forming up on the grid. The pole sitter is last year's champion in Ashley Quiddington, but it was a close run thing. There was only 0.3 of a second separating the top 3 at the end of qualifying, and with the wet weather that came out, I don't think anybody would have predicted that. No,
I was watching the timing screen and the top 2 were breaking away at certain points, then it was closing up to a 4-way battle, and then ultimately Quiddington took the charge. He got pole over Brock Hamilton. Then it will be Rocco Spinley off 3, Andre Curran off P4. Row 3 will be Matthew Basso, the kid out of karting, Nicholas Jones off 6, Darren Power 7, Ashley Clifford 17 off 8, in the number 17, Grant Kelly, Shane Purvis, Mick Fisher, Cameron Bell, Gio Portelli, and then we go to Malachi Windsor, Cody Boys, Matthew Bode, Charlie Richardson, and Corey Horder.
And there's one more off the back of the field. The green car up the very back there is Phil Gardner. He didn't partake in qualifying, but he has been given permission to race. He actually got picked up for an equipment infraction, so he needed to go and replace his helmet, and he has done so he's off the rear of the grid. There's our green flag. The timer has started. We're about 5 minutes into the 20-minute allotment. The 5-second board is out. Green lights are at the ready. Reds are on, and we are not too far away. In fact, it's right now. We are underway for the first race of the season in Formula V. Terrific start from the number 1, Ash Quiddington, right off the front row. Check out row number 2. They went backwards a little bit, and Andre Curran had a great jump from the second row there. He's jumped over both Brock Hamilton and Rocco Spinley and immediately into the wheel tracks of Quiddington's Sabre 02B.
Yeah, beautiful start there from the pole sitter, Ashley Quittington. Andre Curran got a blinder off the second row. He slots in beside your pole sitter, and he'll be trying to get a tow all the way up the back straight as we look at the number 96 there of Nicholas Jones, who's made up a few positions. He's behind another Acura Motorsport car there up the back straight.
Made up 2 positions, started position 6 for Nick Jones in the Stinger, another one of these cars that he's driven over the years. He's had the Jacer, he's had the Sabre 02 that he's driven with the Silver Fox crew in years gone past, but with the accident that he had here at Sandown in the second half of last year, he's jumped aboard an Acura Motorsport Stinger, and he's actually showing the ropes to a number of these new drivers that are coming in through that fold. So it's not a bad choice actually from the team down there to bring in an experienced hand and get some of these younger teenagers that are starting to come through the ranks to learn what it's like from a veteran that's been in Formula V for many, many years. I was talking to Lucas Guam. He's got, I think it's 4 teenagers there in the field under 17. I think there's a 15-year-old, a 16-year-old and 2 17-year-olds in the field. So it's quite a risk that they're taking with the 6-car operation, putting 4 teenagers into those cars. But 2 of them have been very, very good over the course of the last couple of seasons. Rocco Spindley's come along in leaps and bounds in the last 12 months.
Yeah, it's a gamble from a team owner taking on so many young kids, but they've got to start somewhere. They've got to hone their craft somewhere as well. And as we see the lead change between the number 1 and 32.
All but briefly.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens up the back straight. It'll be a towing game between these front 2. I assume they will check out from the rest of the field. If they're smart about it, they'll put their heads down and try and drive away. But look at the number 32. It's a beautiful yellow and blue livery, very similar to that of Fernando Alonso's 2005 and 6 Renault. And I've been seeing a lot of social media posts by Andre Curran. He's been teasing the livery, and then he revealed it, and it looked mega.
Absolutely, yeah. I had a little bit of a fortunate sneak preview of that livery at the AGM and the 2024 presentation night a couple of weeks ago, and as soon as I saw it, my mind immediately said exactly what you just said. That is a Renault from 2005, 2006 all over. He's grabbed the lead away now, heading up the back chute into turn number 6, but as you said, these 2 have got to learn to work together, and they will work together. They don't have to learn, actually. They will work together over the course of the next 11 or so minutes and try and edge away from the drivers that are behind them. So Spindley's still there in 3rd, the number 82. He's the first of the Acura cars. Then you've got Nick Jones, Brock Hamilton, who was on the front row of the grid. He's gone back to 5th. And Ash Clifford, who's made his way up from 8th. He's now taken over the 6th place position in the field. Matthew Basso looks like he's dropped actually back behind Darren Power there as they come across the line. Yes, there's a change there. So Basso, who started out of 5th, one of 6 debutants in the field this weekend. That's incredible. 6 debutants.
Yeah. Well, of course, they've got to start somewhere. It's a great category to start out in your motorsport career. I know a lot of people during the 80s started out in Formula V, progressed to Formula Ford, and then ultimately to supercars. And I guess that's what a couple of these guys will be hoping to do. Young kids out of karting, they try and move up the motorsport ranks. It depends whether you want to stay local in Australia or you want to go elsewhere overseas.
That's right. Well, speaking of going overseas, there actually is one driver in the field. He's actually positioned 13 at the moment. Matthew Bode. He's out of the Sabre Racing Cars stable, which is great to have Mick Reinhardt, Dags, and all, and Brett McLennan and the guys back down there in the field, actually in the paddock more importantly, because they've had 12 months away. But they are campaigning a couple of cars this year, and Matthew Bode's one of those drivers from Queensland. He's actually looking to do some racing overseas. So, getting into Formula V and getting those license signatures ticked off is all very, very important if you want to start moving up those ranks, like you just alluded to.
Yeah. We just heard. There's yellow flags at Dandenong Road, so someo's gone off.
That is Matthew
74.
Basso. That's Basso.
Wow.
Unfortunately, he has gone off into a gravel at turn number 9, so that's going to, I think, very quickly bring a halt to proceedings here. It's a local yellow for the moment. I don't think they'll be content on leaving that car where it is for too long, but have a look at this. If the yellow flag does come out and the safety car comes out, the lead has just changed down the front straight, and Ash Quittington has gone back to the front. So very important to get things like that done before the race gets neutralised, and I imagine there'll be yellow flags at the top of the hill at the approach to turn number 6 to let the drivers know what's going on at turn number 9.
Yeah, no sign of the safety car board at the moment. I can just see Flag Marshal trying to get it ready, and as we do go safety car.
Yep, there it is.
That was a critical move there by Ashley Quittington. He just got that done, but there's still 9 minutes left, so I assume well, there's a very high chance that we will get some more racing action a bit later on, as that car will be a relatively quick, it'll be a quick extraction out of the gravel trap there. I just saw the yellow car. I don't know who that was. He had his hand waving in the air. I don't know if that was a signal for the safety car.
That's a very common thing in Formula V. This is one of the things that I think a lot of people like about this category, and what we call good camaraderie in Formula V. Whenever drivers spot the yellow flag and they start to slow down, they put their hand up in the air, and it's one of the few categories where you can put your hand up in the air and the drivers behind you can see you doing so. And it's just to acknowledge that, hey, I've seen a yellow flag, or we've seen the safety car boards are out, and to let the people behind you know that you are in the process of slowing down. So everybody's aware. There's no accidental overtaking under yellows or things like that. It's all everyone is basically looking after each other.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little bit of camaraderie that we see in Formula V.
Yeah.
Right, you're right. It'll be a very short extraction, I would imagine, to get that car out of the gravel trap, but they do have to bunch the field up before they can dispatch any of the safety equipment out to do so. And fortunately, they do normally station a vehicle out at turn 9, turn 10 to do the towing, because it is a common spot. Very easy to do, actually, going off at the bottom end of Dandenong Road.
It's an incredibly tricky corner over the rise at turn 6, and then if you get slightly out of line through the S's, it just compromises your whole run down into the sharp left-hander, and then a slight pinch of the brake can mean you lock the rears and off into the gravel, and I assume that's what Matt's done. I'm not sure if we can get a replay on that incident or not, but we'll then be able to find out what exactly has happened to him as the field file through turn 2, 3 and 4. Still got 7 minutes 30 on the clock. Your leaderboard shows Quiddington out front, Andre Curran running second, and then Rocco Spinley will be your third place so far in race number 1 of the Formula V race at Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship presented by Trico, which hopefully we don't need our Trico windscreen wipers in this race.
Well, Formula V can't use Trico windscreen wipers anyway, and the same as we've got Formula Ford coming up in a couple of minutes' time, but all the other tin top categories here this week, and I'm sure have gone down and seen the crew down there have been putting out all the Trico windscreen wipers. They've got a nice little stall down there just near the marshalling area, and as you can see there, it's very, very breezy, isn't it? Look at those flags that are waving there with the hands of the officials, and the volunteers are doing a great job, as they always do, but having to hold on, I think, a little bit more tightly than usual to those flags, because I reckon they're about to be blown out of somebody's hand, and that's safety car board there. That would almost be like a sail at the moment. You would be holding onto that with both hands pretty firmly.
Catching the wind there, but below you can see there's a link there to the Motorsport Australia officials page, which has just gone away. If you're interested at all in becoming a flag marshal, it's come back up on the screen. Type that in to your web browser, jump on board, and we can help you out.
It is one of the best ways to get close to the action here at any of the circuits around the country. There's a lot of people that would love to dearly go, racing and have the budget to be able to jump into a car like this, or some other bigger cars around in different categories. But realistically, for some, it is a pipe dream. It is something that is quite expensive to do. And you do need to be committed enough to do it. So, the next best thing in a lot of cases is get involved. There's ways to get involved by working with the different clubs, working the things like we do with being here in commentary and, taking photos. And then there's the unsung heroes, the ones that are standing out there in full high-vis and dressed for the conditions, waving the flags, recovering cars and doing all sorts of things. So Matthew Basso, you just pointed out there, he's just come into the pit lane, so he's not going to be able to be taking any further part in this, but they have extracted the car and got him going, and the safety car looks like it will be in this lap. We've got just over 5 minutes remaining on the clock, so by the time we get around, I'd say we're probably going to have maybe another 3 or so laps, give or take, to settle this one for the honours for the first race of the year for Formula V. Have a quick look through the order. You touched on the top 3. Quiddington, Curran and Spinley are the top 3. Brock Hamilton managed to make his way past Nick Jones before the safety car came out as well, so he's moved up to 4th, and he started on the front row directly opposite Quiddington, and there was only about 0.04 of a second between the two of them in qualifying. It was a very close run thing at the end of the day. Ash Clifford in 6th. He's moved up a couple of spots from 8th. Darren Power in 7th. That's actually where he started in the number 44 machine. Shane Purvis, he's moved up to 8th. So Shane actually started in 10th, and he actually jumped a couple of spots late in qualifying as the session progressed. So he's got the Joust Raceway number 6 up to P8. Then you've got the number 93, Grant Kelly, who started 9th. He's in P9. And then Malachi Windsor, who started 14th. He's actually up to 10th, so he's found a couple of spots in the opening handful of laps as well. So that's your 10. Then you have Cameron Bell, Matt Bode, Mick Fisher, Jury Portelli, Charlie Richardson, Phil Gardner, Corey Horter, and the last car at the moment is the number 70 of Cody Boys. As we get ready to go back to green flag running again, there's the last two cars. They're just starting to get themselves latched onto the back of the train. But here we go. Resumption of proceedings here in Formula V.
So Ashley Quittington would have had heaps of time to think about this. He's put the foot down. He's gone. He's left Andre Curran behind him, and he's got a reasonable restart here, but it won't be enough to break the toe. He'll be weaving down the front straight to capitalise on the margin that he's got. But, of course, Andre Curran is right in that slipstream, and he'll be looking to tow past him. By the time they get to turn 1, he pulls to the inside. Watch the 82 of Rocco Spindley. Can he go up the inside as well? No, he can't, but there's a lead change. Andre Curran takes it from Ashley Quittington.
Yep, he was just in the right sort of zone. He wasn't too close to the number 1 going down the front straight, but he was in the prime position to capitalise on the big hole that was being punched in the air by the number 1. And Curran now leads up the back straight for the... Well, how many laps are we into this actually now? For the 7th time of asking. We've completed 6. This is lap number 7, but it's a nice tight little pack heading up the back straight here. Top 6 there in your shots. That's Quittington all the way through to Clifford, who's tacked onto the back, and then there's another group of 3 cars there. It looks like Shane Purvis actually might have jumped Darren Power at the restart there, and Power's trying to fight back at the crest of the hill as the lead pack that we're following goes into turn number 6. And it's starting to get a little bit more competitive out the front here. Spindley's got his wits about him now. He's got that little bit of confidence in him, and he's starting to try and challenge the number 1 of Quittington.
Yeah, you can definitely see that. But one thing that surprised me was the number 1 car of Ashley Quittington couldn't go past your race leader, Andre Curran, up the back straight.
A little bit of a moment for Nick Jones there as he turned in for the turn 11 corner, just in the front of shot there. The rear of that Stinger squirmed away there. There's Shane Purvis in combat with Darren Power, so he has got the job done, but Power's not letting him get away with this one. And then right behind them, you've got Malachi Windsor, who's just sort of tucked in the back there behind his stablemate Power, and then you've got Kelly in the number 93. So he's just gone back 1 spot in proceedings here. Well, I'll tell you what, the slipstream is normally pretty powerful coming down that front straight, but Curran had a reasonable margin, and it was the number 1 who failed to then swap back into P1 like they had been doing before the safety car came out.
Well, any eagle-eyed viewers then would have seen the number 1 car wave his hand to try and get Andre Curran to work with him to try and break away from this group behind, which they're slowly doing. I don't know if the 82 of Rocco Spindley made a mistake there, but there's a slight gap between 2nd and 3rd as they crest over the top of the hill into turn 6 for probably the 2nd last time. Wow, that was close between the 82. He just nearly ran the 11 of Brock Hamilton out of row, but they slotted in nicely up the back straight.
Yeah, that was good situational awareness there. And Purvis, that got very close as well. Purvis now having to fight off Malachi Windsor in the number 88 machine as Power has finally managed to get back past the number 6 Joust Raceway entry. And Windsor had a good tow going up the back straight, and then they had to leave each other a bit of room. Here we go. This is now getting rather interesting. This is very, very close. The closest they've sort of been coming out of this part of the course, and probably 2 more laps to go. So remember the old adage, we talk about it all the time in Formula V. You do not want to be the man that leads out of the last couple of corners and in a position where you're going to get slipstream down the front straight or the back straight. Here, you don't want to be the first man on the last lap, typically out of turn number 4, because you'll get out dragged up the top of the hill and down to turn 6. So for Curran, this is probably where he wants to be. If the number 1 of Quittington gets past coming out of turn 4, then he's in the position to grab that spot back coming out on the final lap. But right now, I think Quittington's probably just happy just to sit behind for the moment and pick his poison and pick his moment.
I think he's being quite smart here. He's thinking about the long game. He knows that if he tows past him, like you said, on this lap, there's a high probability that Andre Curran will go back past him over the crest into turn 6 for the 2nd last time. Quittington's had enough time here to think about what he's going to do. He probably won't be close enough, or he won't want to tow down the front straight down into turn 1. He'll want to set up that run out of turn 4 like you've been saying, but here we have the 17
Clifford,
blue number 96 there going through Dandenong Road at turn 9. So we take a shot further back at the Joust Raceway machine with the number 4 there.
He slipped
of Cameron
behind
Bell.
He slipped behind Kelly as well. So Kelly in the number 93, the Stinger. That's we've seen so many colours of this over the years. The car that's been built by Stephen Butcher over the many seasons. It's been a popular chassis. Kelly's moved up now ahead, as you said there, of Shane Purvis. So he's got his hands full. We are on. Are we actually on the final lap? Yes, we are. The last lap board, being held out at the moment. So here we go. Now, this is early. So to the inside, Quiddington wrestles position number 1 away from the 32. This is going to be a 4-car battle to the end there. Nose on the number 82. Looks like it's a little bit loose there. Hopefully it doesn't come ajar in the next 3 kilometres or so. Normally they secure a little bit of race tape there just to keep the nose pinned on the front of those cars. Now here we go. The games have started. This is rather early for this. And they're going to have to be very, very careful. Curran has got to pick his moment here. He does so now. So now there's overlap, and they have to leave each other a bit of room. It's a bit of a game of chicken here. He got him. Yeah, he's got him done. I was about to say, I thought it might have been a bit of a game of chicken going into turn number 6 if they were going to be side by side. But now you've got to defend, and defend like your life depended on it. He's got to protect the inside line here. He doesn't protect the inside line. Is Quiddington in too deep? They're going to run side by side. They're going to be close to not interlocking wheels. They'll come out of turn 9 side by side, but who's got the high ground coming into the final chicane?
Wow.
It's been a couple of years in Formula V for Curran. He's been searching for that race win. Hamilton's going to get up the inside here of the number 1, the Oasis entry. He couldn't make it stick. Now, is it Curran? Is he finally going to get that win? He's going to drag it to the line. He's going to get that first win in Formula V. It's been 3 years, but he's done it.
What a smart race by Andre Curran.
Very, very smartly done. He managed to get it early and then hold on. I was worried he was trying to hold on around the inside of Dandenong Road, but it takes 2 to tango, and they left each other some room and they made it work.
Well, I was surprised that he towed by it down the front straight. I thought he would have just sat behind there. But he made it work, and he drove brilliantly.
That's aggressive. That's the little bit that he's been missing, that little 1 or 2% just in the last couple of years, and he finally found it. He found that little bit of aggression that he needed to pull off something that wasn't being expected to be pulled off, and he laid it all on the line and he made it work.
Just that slight extra bit of confidence helped him massively there. He was able to take the win by just under 0.3 of a second. We've got a replay coming up here of the pass at turn number 9. I assume this will be on the final lap.
Yeah, have a look at this. So coming down the hill, normally you would protect the inside at this point in time. He left in the room, so committed by Quiddington. That's so close to interlocking wheels, but they left each other enough room to make that work. That's great racecraft between someone that's been up till last year. Quiddington was 10 years out of the sport, came and won the title after being out for 10 years. Curran in his 3rd year. Those two have got so much respect for each other, as a lot of the field does as well. And Hamilton very nearly pulling off actually P2 right that last little corner there, and they left each other some room as well.
I was watching that. He's alongside Ashley Quiddington into turn 11, but just was not quite able to get that position over his rival.
That's it. So top 5 at the end of the day there: Curran, Quiddington, Hamilton and Spindley. The top 4 actually separated by 0.7 of a second, and then Clifford was about 3.5 seconds back of them in P5. Nick Jones, Malachi Windsor got up to 7th at the end of the day. Then Darren Power. Then the number 93 of Grant Kelly. Great result for him on debut there as well, the 9th place finish. And then Cameron Bell. I think that's got to be probably close to Cameron Bell's first top 10 finish. If not, it's it's been his 2nd or 3rd one in the couple of years that he's been in Formula V. So great to see him finally get a good result, jumping up into the top 10 here at Sandown, just ahead of Shane Purvis and Jury Portelli. Well, what a great race in Formula V that was. We're going to take a moment and catch our breath here, and then we're going to hand it over to Tom Reed and to Callum Brannigan for Formula Ford. So good to see from one open wheel category to the next here at the 888 Home Loans and Trico Windscreen Wipers Victorian State Motor Racing Championships. Back in a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. Won't be in the backseat, I'm flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style.
Welcome back to round one of the 2025 Trico Victorian State Race Series. We are here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. We've got inclement weather scattered throughout the skies over the metropolitan Melbourne circuit, but we are absolutely delighted to be back trackside, bringing to you live and free via Blendline TV the best example of state circuit racing action in all of Australia. We're just in a bit of a holding pattern waiting for Formula Ford to come out for their opening race of the weekend. My name is Callum Brannigan and I'm joined alongside by Tom Reed. Tom, a very good afternoon to you. You just witnessed a fantastic Formula Vee race and we've got more open wheel action coming our way very shortly.
Yeah, I think I get the two best categories to call here, Callum. Formula V and Formula Ford always providing fantastic action. And hopefully we get some more here.
Absolutely. And like obviously the Reed surname, you're intrinsically linked with Formula Ford in Australia through your dad, Andrew Reed, who raced back in the early 90s, I believe it was, in a RF89, was it?
Yeah, that's the car that we have now. And Dad races that at select historic events where the budget allows for that. But that was the car he raced in 1990. He bought that back in about 2006 and raced it in 2007 through to 2011 in some state and historic rounds, put it in the shed, and then we restored it for some more historic racing during COVID. That was our COVID project. We got it out at the end of 2021 and have been enjoying it since. It's great fun.
Sensational. It's a shout out to Andrew, who's no doubt watching from home. So as I was here at the circuit this weekend, apologies to Andrew, will come and catch up and apologise after the end of this race. So coming out onto the circuit now are the Formula Fords from the dummy grid, and we have a very healthy field of not only Duratec's but also Kent cars as well, the 1600 class Formula Fords here this weekend. So it's a bit unusual to see more 1600 cars on the grid, but fantastic nonetheless, and some names coming out from the garage as well and throwing their support behind state level motorsport as well. As we said before, we have got drizzle, we've got unpredictable weather throughout today, but that doesn't affect Formula Ford and the teams and the drivers alike in terms of their preparation for races, because whether it's wet or dry, they have a very capable multi-weather tyre in the form of the Yokohama AO48. So it doesn't matter if it's wet or dry, they can go out and press on. And it is an extremely durable tyre as well. They can get multiple race weekends out from a set of Yokohamas, but the regulations stipulate that they have to nominate a set, usually a brand new set at the start of a weekend, and they have to use it throughout qualifying and the 3 races that follow.
Yeah, and the Yokohama does well with dispersing that water. One of the Kent cars is on the historic Avon tyre, and it just doesn't quite have the same performance. It can't get the water out as quickly as possible. It takes a long time for them to heat up. But there we go, Andrew Torty going through turn 6 on his warm-up lap. He and Richard Davison were having a great battle in qualifying, going quicker and quicker than each other, and then ultimately it was Andrew that crossed the line. Well, he didn't cross the line, he timed quickest out of the Kent class. Richard Davison will be behind him. Then James Meaden in his fully restored RF86 Van Diemen, with the yellow car on screen there. Yeah, it was involved in a fairly large shunt at that corner. Had to go through a full restoration of that car. Then Craig Arnold, Peter Fitzgerald, Gavin Dumas, and then a Van Diemen RF93, which was Stephen Richards' car back in the day.
Absolutely, a name synonymous with Formula Ford racing, not just Stephen Richards, but also his son Clay Richards, fairly recently in a Shannon-sponsored Spectrum just a few seasons ago. So the Duratec's have lined up as well. We'll just go through the grid as well for the Duratec's. We've got Lachlan Everett starting from pole position in the number 88 McGale. He's alongside Imbrono in the number 5 Spectrum, also on the front row. Seth Burkhart's in the number 24 McGale, starts from row 2, and he's alongside Jamie Rowe in the number 48 Spectrum. As we keep running down the grid order as well, we've got Penachia in position 5 alongside Jack Johnson in position 6. Tabitha Ambrose, daughter of two-time V8 Supercar champion Marcus Ambrose, she lines up in position 7, I believe it is. And then we've got James in the number 61 lining up from behind. 5-second board being shown to the field. We're about to get this race underway, Tom.
Here we go. Formula Ford, first race of the season at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. A long hold on the line, and we've got a staller. Car 5 is stalled at the front of the grid. Can he get it going in time? Yes, he does. And all the Kentfield manages to avoid him. That was incredibly close there. I was watching the front row, seeing who would get the better jump. But Lachlan Everett will lead into turn 1. I think that is Jamie Rowe in second, with the Tickford Autosport car 24 there of Seth Burchas in third.
Yeah, Burkhart's there, one of the main beneficiaries there from Imbrono, whose car absolutely went nowhere off the line there. They would have been tightening the belts as tight as they can. It's always a nervous situation as they come through this beautiful shot here coming out of turn 4 and coming up the back straight for the first time. Sandown has been likened to a pair of drag strips with a series of corners in the middle, but the slipstream effect, not only in Formula V, but especially in Formula Ford, is amplified around the Sandown International Motor Raceway. They can pick up somewhere around 15 kilometres per hour in a straight line. So that's why you see them zigzag left and right as they come up the back straight.
Well, poor Giuseppe Imbrogno has been absolutely boxed in by the Kent cars up the back straight. Couldn't make any further progress. Where these Duratec's make their speed is in the straight line, because they've got that little bit more horsepower than a Kent car. And as we see there, Andrew Torty's gone off, the Queenslander in the Ellery Motorsport powered Spectrum, and he is out of the race, I believe.
Yeah, he's pulled up on the driver's right-hand side there, and the pole sitter for the 1600 field has pulled up. He's parked up, and it looks like he's out of this race at this stage.
Wow.
Bit of a late move there from the number 44, so that's Penachia having a great run up the main straight, pulls out of the slipstream and gets the pass done before turn 1. So I believe he relegates the number 14 car of Jack Johnson, who steps up to Formula Ford from Hyundai XL's competition. So it's great to have Jack Johnson, a good example of someone making their way up the ranks in Australian motorsport. We should have pointed out earlier that this race is 20 minutes in duration plus a lap, and that is unfortunate. We've got the safety car out for numerous times so far this weekend, but it's the first time for Formula Ford, so that's unfortunate. And obviously the car of Torty hasn't been able to be fired back up again, and is sidelined to the right-hand side there. So we were preparing for a highly energised race there, Tom, but unfortunately that's throwing a bit of a wet blanket over the action.
It's a pretty common sight in Formula Ford to see the safety car with such young kids, I guess, racing. They've come out of go-karts. You can't really touch wheels in these cars. That hasn't been the case here, but I think it might just be a failure on Andrew Torty's car. We'll have to see as we look at Craig Arnold in his RF90 Van Diemen. That is an Australian car, I believe, given by the wheel spoke. Andrew Torty has not got out of his car yet, but we're hearing that the right front wheel might have a slight bit of damage. So hopefully that was not contact between he and the second place car at the time, Richard Davison, who has fallen back. He's out of the shot here. He's in P3. So actually, yeah, that is Craig Arnold leading the Kent class from Peter Fitzgerald. So there's been a change somewhere there that we've missed. Just looking at the 55 Spectrum of Torty there, hopefully just a quick flat toe back into the pits, and we should get this race going with 11 minutes on the clock to go.
Yeah, as you said, it is a Spectrum, but it is an older model Spectrum. I suspect it was an 06 model, which competed in the mid to late 90s in Australian Formula Ford competition. Big shout out to our good friends at Trico. Industry-leading wiper blade technology, throwing their support behind grassroots motorsport, and they are here this weekend. We've got Oscar from Trico with the Trico activation down on Trade Alley as you make your way from the pit paddock towards the famous grandstand here at Sandown Raceway. So if you are here at the circuit, make your way down and say hello to Oscar and pick up a new set of wiper blades as well as the 303 cleaning products they've got on display here. They've also got a bit of an offer as well. You can take a prize pack if you are here at the circuit. You scan the QR code and follow Trico on Instagram and you direct message them Sandown, you go in the chance to win a prize pack. And that also goes for everyone listening from home as well and tuning in. You can follow Trico on Instagram. We also encourage you to follow the Vic State Race Series. I think it's at Vic State Race Series on Instagram as well to catch up on all the news and all the schedules, all various bits of information we put out in readiness for a race weekend. Obviously, this is round one here at Sandown. We've got round two coming up very shortly after this round as well at Calder Park. It's great to see Calder back in action after several seasons having a bit of a slumber. But round two coming up March 28 to 30, and the entries for that round will be opening up very soon as well. So we'll be very much on the front foot and encouraging our wonderful competitor base to get behind what we feel is an extremely well-supported racing series, visiting some of the best racing circuits in Victoria as well. So we highly encourage all competitors, if you've got one of the cars that is eligible to enter at Calder Park, blow the dust off it, pull it out, put it on the trailer, bring it to the racetrack and come out and have some fun, because the racing action so far today has been absolutely outstanding. Unfortunately, we've got the safety car out at the moment, and it really is up down to the drivers to try and maintain as much heat in the tyres as possible. The Yokohamas really respond well to, a bit of rough and tumble. So you can see they're quite vicious. You can see they're almost getting sideways, but it's all very well controlled as well. These cars obviously don't have aerodynamic aids in terms of grip. It's purely mechanical grip. And that's what makes this series so tangible for any young drivers coming up from go-karting who want to embark on a circuit racing career. Formula Ford really is the best start. And as Darren Smith would always say to you, Tom, Ayrton Senna got one of his first starts in Formula Ford, and that's all you need to say about it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a fantastic category to prove your driving skills and also your mechanical skills. They're very easy cars to work on. They're quite small. And yeah, it's a great category for proving yourself, moving up through the ranks. Got 8 minutes to go on the clock. I'm yet to see if Andrew Torty's car has been towed away from its stricken position outside of turn number 9 there. But hopefully we'll let you know as soon as that gets towed and we can get back under racing. It's quite irrelevant, but Giuseppe Imbrogno set the fastest lap of the race here with a 1 minute 26. That is considerably quicker than the rest of them, but I'm not sure if that was done under safety car or not, or just as it was called. But we saw Andrew Torty's car on the back of the tow truck there, and hopefully we get a green flag next time by.
It's one way to make your way back through the field, isn't it, Tom, by setting the fastest lap after what was a bit of a lackluster start, perhaps by his own standards. So it was an unfortunate getaway. But he is currently sitting in position 8, has the fastest lap of the race, as you say, Tom, next to his name. And it was probably somewhat able to achieve that by having some clear air once he'd cleared the 1600 cohort and probably picking up a few slipstreams up the back straight. Questionable weather here today. As we said, it's feeling rather weird here actually this week, and it is middle of February. It's usually the hottest month in Melbourne, but at the moment temperatures are struggling to get towards 20 degrees, and obviously we've got rolling showers through. So it's a big shout out to the volunteer officials and everybody that throws a huge amount of support and a lot of hours outside of their regular day jobs to put on this race weekend. It goes from the organising body, from the MG Car Club of Victoria, all the way to the coalition that supports the Victorian State Race Series, the commercial partners, the race secretaries. We've got countless people walking up and down the paddock. You can see them standing in high-vis. We've got the volunteer officials who are standing trackside, waving flags, showing boards, and they're in constant communication with race control, and they do it because they love it. They don't get paid. They are here because they love motorsport, and it really is one of the best places to watch racing. And there is Torty, perhaps not behind the wheel of a vehicle that he preferred, the number 55 parked up on the back of the tow truck, and you can actually see the front right of that Spectrum 06 is a little bit 6s and 7s. Lucky we've got a fantastic support crew from the factory itself, Spectrum. Here this weekend we've got Mike Ball, and he's the brainchild behind the Sabre and Spectrum race cars in Formula V and Formula Ford respectively. And you can see the Spectrum truck parked up in the paddock, and he's supported by his good mate and partner in crime, Paul Ziddy, who's not up here in the commentary box this weekend. I suppose he might make a cameo at some point, Tom, but normally we see him behind the wheel of the Gilles Pretty Special Spectrum, but he's actually handed that car over to Tabitha Ambrose and thrown a number 45 onto that car. So that is the black car you see in position 7, and that is the main reason Paul Ziddy is sidelined this year and not racing in Formula Ford.
Well, there's been a lot of car changing, a lot of driver changing here, and one of the few names that has returned this year is Lockie Evanet. He's joined by Giuseppe Imbrogno, who did a couple of rounds last year, the same as Jamie Rowe. These guys are all back for maybe their second or third season even at a crack at the Australian Formula Ford Series, which I believe doesn't kick off until around April or May. So it's a fair way off. So anyone that's wanting to contest the Victorian State Racing Series and the championship Formula Ford in Victoria would have had to have started this weekend, otherwise you're on the back foot.
Absolutely. Here we go. We are getting ready for green flag conditions. The safety car is pulling back into the pit lane, and Lockie Evanet becomes ostensibly the safety car. There was a bit of a lock break there in the background as well. It's getting crispy, Tom. We're about to get underway, and it's down to Lockie Evanet when he pulls the trigger and gets this race back underway. And it's his prerogative to wait as long as possible to reduce that slipstream advantage, and he does get back underway. So the number 88 Evanet.
A crash. That's Malcolm Coleman in the wall there, unfortunately. So he's been tangled up in a restart crash. I just saw that at the back of the shot, and he's waving his arms. This will go back to another safety car, I believe. But if you're going to win the race, it's got to be done now. Lockie Evanet has held the lead. It was surprising to me how late he went on that restart there, and he just managed to hold that margin down into turn 1 over Jamie Rowe. Let's see if we go safety car, and we have immediately gone back to safety car. So this race might be done. We may get one lap at the end, depending on how quickly this car can be recovered.
Just having a look at the car of Coleman, and he's being attended by one of the officials who is to the driver's left-hand side, and I believe we've got a replay coming our way of that spill. So here we are. Here is the race start. Peter Fitzgerald in a red car. You can see Coleman at the top of screen there just as we come sweeping through. And, looks like the car's... And that's contact with the back of the number 20, I believe it was.
That's Adrian Wilkinson. So I don't think there was any fault of Adrian there. I just think it was... I don't think the guys at the back realised that the restart was going to be so late into it. And they were just all caught out. They jumped on the brakes, and unfortunately Malcolm's thing pitched sideways into the rear left tyre of Adrian Wilkinson, and it plucked the right rear off it. Luckily he didn't hit the wall, so there shouldn't be any gearbox damage to that car, which they are quite expensive to repair, but hopefully it's just a corner and we can maybe see Malcolm back out tomorrow.
You can see the crews are immediately on the scene, so they're making sure Coleman is indeed okay. It was a little bit of a minor spill, but it looks like he is okay. He's out of the car and he's to the right-hand side and communicating with the first respondents there. So great to see, but unfortunate for, I believe it is the Swift chassis, the right rear of that car. Obviously, you got the wishbones, which are the most obvious part of these open-wheeler cars, but there's the risk of rim damage, tyre damage, upright damage as well. And because we've got transaxles on the back of in this case, the 1600 powered 4-cylinder, it can pose potential damage with the Hewland LD200 transaxle gearbox on the back there, so that he'll need to get the car back and get that assessed and hopefully get back out for race 2, which will be coming up tomorrow morning. So we're keeping the officials on their toes. They continue to work tirelessly. Also a big shout out to the photographers and all the content creators who've come out this weekend to support the various categories and promote the series. And just having a look at the car of Coleman outside the commentary position, it does look a sad sight, unfortunately. So the Swift is a beautiful looking car, very svelte race car. Here it is on screen right now, and you can see just how pronounced and the damage is on the back of that number 52, the rear right-hand side. Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad as well. Big shout out to the hard-working crews. We're thanking the officials a lot in this race because they work extremely hard, and you can see them on the left-hand side. If you do want to become an official and you're watching from home and you think, that looks pretty good, please do so. Get involved. Go to the Motorsport Australia website, follow the relevant links and find out more information. It usually involves joining a car club before it evolves into getting involved in something like this, state-level motorsport, before you grow into things like the Speed Series, you've got the Supercars Championship, and also the largest sporting event taking place in the Southern Hemisphere, the Australian Grand Prix coming up, and they need all the officials they possibly can get. But this is where you start, and we encourage you to go to the Motorsport Australia website and find out more information.
Yeah, and it's a great way to get involved in motorsport at a close proximity to the cars. But we've just had word that we're going to get a checkered flag, unfortunately. So we've just had the 2 or 3 racing laps in this race. It's a bit unfortunate, but that's sometimes the case in Formula Ford. Crossing the line in position number 1, off pole position, will be Lockie Evident. We'll have to see if this race is counted towards points or not. But in second place here will be Jamie Rowe. He started off the second row in position number 4. And I believe that is Seth Burkhardt, who will come home for a podium in position number 3. But, of course, we'll keep you updated on this, if this is counted as an official race or not.
Big shout out to Seth Burkhardt in Formula Ford. Shout out to his dad as well, Sven Burkhardt, obviously very involved. He was one of the owners of Tickford Racing in the Supercars Championship. And it's great to see Klaus Kenny, Intellex Lawyers as well, throwing their support behind Victorian sports cars and having them back here this weekend at Sandown. Round 1 of the Trico Victorian State Race Series. Always great to see sports cars tearing around Sandown Raceway, Tom. So an unfortunate end to race 1 of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship. Hopefully that's the last safety car we see all weekend, and we'll see green flag running for the ensuing 2 races, which will be coming up later on this weekend. Of course, racing action gets underway just after 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And until then, just getting you the exact time for Formula 4 tomorrow morning. So that will be, actually in the afternoon, I apologise. Race 2, 20 minutes in duration, will be 20 past 2 tomorrow afternoon. And then the third and final race will be 5 minutes past 4. So you can see the broadcast schedule on your screen right now. Live and free on Blendline TV, kicking off at 10 minutes past 9 in the morning with the historic touring cars. And we should point out, the second race for all the categories tomorrow is actually the feature race of the weekend. And it's a very compressed schedule because there is just so much race action going on this weekend, Tom.
Yeah. I did hear earlier in the commentary that certain categories are going to get their own events. So historic touring cars and HQs, they were combined today, but I believe they're getting their own separate races tomorrow morning, which will be cool to see. Tomorrow is looking a little better in terms of weather. You just never know here. But if you're around in the area, please come down, throw your support behind the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship provided by Trico. They throw their support behind us, so why don't you guys come down and, show them how grateful you are for this to be live streamed. Their support is, really means a lot to this category.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Tom Reed. That was race 1 of the Victorian Formula 4 Championship. Coming up next, we've got Improved Production, the very popular racing series, out for their first race of the weekend. So we're going to take a quick break up here in the commentary box, and we'll be back with more racing action very shortly.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back to the opening round of the 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, presented by Trico Windscreen Wipers. We love our Trico windscreen wipers. They've had a fair going this weekend already. It's been 3 or 4 different showers, punctuated by some periods of sun and overcast, and the cars that are all tin tops and have windscreen wipers have definitely had to put a new set of Tricos on for this weekend because they have absolutely needed them. And the category coming up in a few moments' time, of course, is no exception. Improved production is a category that has been in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for many, many years. Of course, it used to be known back in the day as Club Cars before it inherited its improved production moniker. And they had qualifying in some really wet and tricky conditions earlier this morning. And returning to the microphone for this one, again, myself, Steve DeVries, and Tom Reed. And Tom, we stood there and we had a bit of a look at all the rain coming down this morning and seeing how these drivers in the improved production cars were sliding it out of the final corner. There was, on the rev limiter, there was plenty of wheel spin. There were definitely some people throwing the kitchen sink at it in improved production in a wet qualifying.
Yeah, for sure. We were standing outside Garage 15 there, and some of the higher power cars going onto the front straight were kicking the rear end out a bit, doing a bit of a four-wheel drift down the front straight in the wet conditions. Sandown is a very, very tricky track in terms of grip. It's hard to find it, and as soon as you get onto those painted lines, you just lose all side of grip.
That's right. And I mean, the part for coming onto the front straight too is there's that ripple strip on the outside of turn 12, which is, I wouldn't say it's been deliberately put there for years and years and years, but it's there, and a lot of drivers do use it to the full extent. But in dry conditions, not a problem. In wet conditions, you need to be very careful with when you use those sorts of things, because as you said, they're just like a painted line, if not probably a little bit worse than a painted line.
You've also got to pick your lines very carefully at this track. Often is the case through turn 11, you hug yourself to the right-hand side, but there is sort of a river that runs across the track, so you've got to drive almost square through it, then turn hard left, and then square your run out of the last corner to get maximum traction, because as soon as you get on to the painted lines, it's a no-go, and it just breaks sideways.
Absolutely. It's great to have improved production back coming up in a few minutes' time. Great to have Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer, back on board for another year of improved production. A big thank you to Danny Timewell and the team at Prestige Hino for continuing on again in season 2025. The same with Yokohama and Traction Tyres, and for Pro Cut Tree Services. Great to have them back on board again this year. And a big thank you and a big welcome to Kerrison Design and Mechanical, who've come on board this year, and Autosport. Autosport have do a lot in terms of race equipment for your race cars, and they are also going to be sponsoring improved production at the Bathurst 6-hour support races coming up in the middle of April, which is at the end of the school holidays this year in April. So if you're in the Bathurst area and you happen to be going up for the 6-hour, do stick around, go and see some of the cars that you're seeing out here today. Some of those drivers will be going up the mountain for the second time in 2 years. They were welcome back to the mountain in 2024 for the 2024 Bathurst Challenge for the 6-hour, and that was the first time in 10 years that IP had been back at the mountain. So twice in the last 2 years. Great to have them supporting their production cars in the 6-hour.
Yeah, that would be awesome for some of these drivers who are more club level drivers, you could say, in this category. To get a shot at a place like that, though, is pretty much on every driver's bucket list. It's one of the top 5 best racetracks in the world, and we're very lucky to have it here.
We're extremely lucky. Last year was, I think it was about a 55 car grid capacity, and I think we ended up with about 52, I think, that actually made the journey, or that actually made the first race. So, naturally things do happen at places like that because the walls are very close. It's a little bit sort of akin to here, I guess, in a way. The walls are very, very close to the track. It's just that the track is not as wide as what Sandown happens to be. So mistakes get punished quite heavily. Yeah,
you make one error there and it can result in quite a big incident. But yeah, like you said, 55 grid capacity, and to have that met by 52 cars is outstanding. It just shows how popular the category is. And you can see it here. We've got 21 cars that should be in this race. I believe we have one dropout. One car did roll during qualifying. You might be able to expand on that more for me.
Yeah, I do. We've unfortunately lost one of the under 2 litre cars, Thomas Bullock, who qualified out of position 18. there was a red flag in qualifying. We weren't quite sure what was going on. He unfortunately had a bit of a moment at turn 1 where he looped the car around and sort of ran a little bit wide, and then as he came around, the very soft earth that was there because of the rain actually grabbed a hold of the rear right corner, and it dug in and has rolled the car. Relatively gently rolled the car, but to the point where there's damage that the car's not able to continue. So the pillars on the side of the windows are a bit damaged. The windscreen itself is not in a state where it could be used to be racing, and the doors got caved in and things like that. So the roll cage has done its job. Unfortunately, it does mean that little car needs a little bit of love and attention to get it back and running again. So we'll see how we go, and hopefully we'll see Thomas a bit later on in the year if he can make that the journey back out again.
Yeah, well, anytime you roll a car, it sort of tells you to put it back on the trailer, unless it's a speedway car, which they can be easily repaired. But a tin top like this, if you roll it, it's a lot of damage, and you got to be careful where you got to check everything.
That's exactly.
You can't cut corners in these type of races.
No, you certainly can't. And even the roll cage, even though it's done its job, it'll still have to be inspected as well. So it's no different to any other car. Here we go. Here comes the field down the back chute. There is the pole sitter, Luke Gretsch-Cumbo, in the GC Electrical number 25 Senator. He's going to be starting on pole. Alongside him is Cade Lehman in the number 26 VE Commodore, and they were separated by next to nothing at the end of the day. There was 0.03 of a second between the two of them at the end of qualifying. Extremely tight qualifying session. Danny Timewell only a half a second behind them in the number 11, the time well spent Commodore. That's a car that's had a new build since its accident since his accident at Phillip Island in the middle of last year. So he starts P3. Matt Logan, another new build. He starts out of position number 4 in the Mack Trucks, number 43. Royce Line out of 5th. Alongside him is the Pro Cut Monaro of Ian McLennan. Scott McLean in 7th. Peter Dixon in 8th. There he is on the screen there, the silver Monaro. Michael Hart directly behind him in 9th, and then 10th outright. And first of the under 2 litre cars is the number 50, the Clean Duct Honda Civic of Larry Merrifield.
Moving back to position 11 and 12, we've got to get through this relatively quickly, is Andrew Barstow, P12, Brett Harris, Rohit Soni in 13th. 14th will be Andrew Nui. Off 15 will be Wayne Decker. Off 16, John Perkins, Luke Valentich off 17, Thomas Bullock, then Christopher Bodle, Dallas Harvey and Peter Fleming in the XL at the back.
Yep, so Dallas Harvey and Peter Fleming, the 2 XLs. Chris Bodale starting out of 19th, actually formerly an XL pilot. He's actually the orange and white Falcon there in the top corner of the screen. That's actually the car formerly campaigned by Paul Vuleman for many years, and a long-time servant of the club for improved production as well. He was the secretary for a number of years. So sad to see Paul gone, but good to see his car still out there circulating and in the hands of another competitor. Great to have that car still going around. It is a very capable Ford Falcon in the right hands, and we are set for a start here. Gretsch-Cumbo and Lehman on the front row of the grid. Very ginger away, actually. It's not the sort of customary start that we have seen, but now the horsepower kicks in and Gretsch-Cumbo surges to the front here. Lehman follows. Timewell and the Mack Trucks entry of Logan side by side and all going the long way around here. McLennan's got the both of them. So he started out of position number 6 and he's surged into P3 from the 3rd row of the grid. Great start for the Yellow Nugget Monaro.
Yeah, beautiful start there from McLennan. Slots into P3 as we look at the 21 there of Peter Dixon in his Commodore. Up the back straight, trying to get a run out of turn 4. He'll try and challenge anyone there. Who was that on the curve that was getting all out of shape?
I didn't quite see that one there. I was looking to see how many spots that Dixon had gained. He's actually picked up 2 spots. There's actually Royce Line there in the Royce Line Motorsport number 4, the BMW there, and he's now got a pair of Commodores behind him. This is the 778 of Scott McLean. Michael Hart in behind him, and the 2 new builds. 2 of the new builds that we've been talking about at the beginning of this. You've got Matt Logan and Danny Timewell, 2 VF Commodores. It seems to be an interesting choice. I think there's a few of these types of cars that are starting to emerge now. Danny's obviously been through 2 of these cars sort of already, and had pretty substantial rebuilds over the course of the last couple of years, or basically new shell, I should say, more so than a rebuild. Have been able to salvage some of the parts from some of the other cars that have had those incidents, but He was on the dyno, Danny Timewell, until I think it was Wednesday night. He was a very late entry into this weekend's racing, and they had a few little gremlins they were still trying to sort out. I wouldn't be surprised if there's still a few more that they unearth over the course of the weekend. And he's definitely taking a cautious approach to things, and I don't think he'll be too concerned about sitting there behind Matt Logan.
Yeah, it's always the case with new cars. You always seem to find, it always takes a little bit of time to get them spot on. There's always a couple of issues that you find, and putting them on the dyno can really test them out, and it can give you a little bit of peace of mind as to how the car will perform. It'll give you some stats as well on the numbers of your horsepower and your torque, and you find all that information out. It's good to have in the back of your mind.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think for Danny, peace of mind, I think for him is important. He'll have come out of the dyno and gone, okay, at least I know that the engine's reliable. And the only thing they'll be looking for there is, what have they done suspension-wise? Is there anything that they've done differently compared to what the old car had, and now it becomes a bit of a nuance of the new car that they have to try and wrap their head around to, make any other changes on the fly. Everything. You can think you've done exactly the same things that you did on your previous build, but there's always going to be something that catches you out and surprises you.
There's a board being shown here at the front straight. It's very hard to see the number on it, but this car might be getting black flagged.
Yeah, there's a black flag board. We can't see the number from our position either, but one of them probably has. I'm not sure if it'll be an excess noise. It doesn't look like there's any loose bodywork or anything there.
It's very typical at Sandown to get a noise complaint. And it'll be probably one of these newer cars.
It wouldn't surprise me. Some of these cars do have the tailpipes being exited out the right-hand side, which of course you go past on the front straight here at Sandown. You're sending noise basically straight out into the grandstand area. Timewell now past Matt Logan up the back straight. You just pointed out the 5-second penalty that has been handed out to Michael Hart. Typically that is the penalty for a jump start infringement.
Yeah.
And Michael Hart, who started out of position number 9, currently running in 9th. He's currently got well and truly 5 seconds over Larry Merrifield at the moment, so nothing to be shined upon there. He's not going to lose a position at the end of the race based on that. Gretschkumbo, Lehman and McLennan all across the line here. 4.5, just under 2 seconds separating the top 3. Now, when Jared Tonks was here at Sandown last time out and he was romping away with the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship in improved production, it was these two who were fighting it out over 2nd and 3rd on the road that day. Now they're fighting it out over 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, and I believe car in 1st and 3rd, they were at Quarter Park for one of the last rounds of the State Series, and they were having a great battle. The sound of those cars coming down the back straight is amazing, even coming past the commentary box. It's even hard to hear you sometimes, Steve, because of how loud they are. They fit perfectly into what a race car should sound like.
That's right. Ian McLennan actually got his 2nd race win
at
Calder Park that weekend as well. Lehman just dropped his left-hand side tyres a bit too far off behind the ripple strip at turn 6. You saw that big splash of water that's just been pooling there as well. So those traffic cones that are there, they're sort of there for a reason.
Yeah.
And that's to make sure drivers know where the limit actually is. But
it's also a line of sight for them, because it is quite a difficult corner to see as it sort of fades away down the hill, and it's a very unusual thing to see, is people getting a bit too greedy on the inside curb. And you saw the 26 there of Lehman have a big slide out of the last corner. He is pushing hard to try and catch your leader of Gretschkumbo, and they are going to come up on the back of the 161 there of Dallas Harvey, the XL, I think the lone XL in this race.
2nd XL. The other one is the Peter Fleming XL, which I think might be...
I don't think he's made it out.
I think if he hasn't made it out, he's withdrawn one of the two.
Yeah.
I haven't seen... Actually, he hasn't actually started this race.
He was involved in an accident, I believe, in the XL race.
Oh, the XL race. Yes,
yeah.
He's doing double duty. That's a good point. So, yes, he wouldn't be out because of that incident. But Dallas will stay over to the left there, let those faster cars go through.
I don't know if you noticed that on the car in 4th place there of Timwell, but he had the rear bar was flapping on that, so it'll be interesting to see if the stewards take a note of that.
Might be just a grub screw that's come loose. They normally secure a lot of these parts on with the extra screws because they're going at such high speed they can't be sort of held on by the factory bits anymore, so there's some extra insurance policy, I guess you can call it, to hold those on. I'm actually keeping an eye on Danny just to see what sort of times he's doing relative to the cars in front, because he's now broken away from Matt Logan, who's actually been passed by Peter Dixon as well, and trying to see if he can close in on that lead group of 3. We're going a bit further back in the field now. This is the Clean and Wash number 41 entry of Rohit Saini, who's done a couple of entries over the last 6 months or so with IP. Andrew Barstow in the little Volkswagen Golf, chasing him quite hard at the moment. Now, Andrew's car is deemed to be an Over's car because it is an Over. It's actually got a turbocharger on it. He's doing quite well, I think, to keep up with the production car spec number 41. Rohit actually does some running in the Australian production car series with this very car. So he's being kept honest here by a car that probably, I guess, is also fairly close to production car spec as well. So that's it's good to see that 2 cars that are pretty close to what they would have been out of the factory are actually keeping up with each other, or keeping each other honest, rather.
Yeah, just in front of these guys is, I believe it's the first of the 2-litre class of Larry Merrifield. Not sure what car he's actually in.
That's the Honda Civic. There
yeah,
he is.
He's doing a nice job out front of that class.
There's not too many of the under 2-litre cars here this weekend. Normally there's the Honda Civic Brigade, from last year that we called it, so Paul Javots and Brett Porter, the other 2 Honda Civics that we saw quite a fair bit of last year. No, for Larry, he's pretty much almost got no sort of competition at the moment. The smaller under 2-litre cars that are in proceedings still out there on the circuit, the likes of Dallas Harvey, and that's the only one remaining. Here we go, change for the lead. Luke Gretschkambo loves me saying that when he watches the broadcast back. Change for the lead with Cade Lehman now going to the head of this race. McLennan's closed the margin down to these 2 as well, quite substantially. McLennan actually has the fastest lap of the race at a 16.95. But these 3 all in the 1 minute, the low to 1 or mid 1 minute 17s at the moment as they negotiate the traffic. Timewell hasn't been able to keep that same pace. He's dropped into the 18s, and he's got the lights on there at the back.
There's a lot of traffic here.
But there's a lot, you're absolutely right, there's a lot of traffic here. So Brett Harris is the next car that the leaders are going to come across, along with the Falcon there actually Brett Harris off the road. So
perhaps just getting out of the way.
I was about to say that's a fair way off out the way. I was looking for that car, wondering what happened to it. Then you've got Chris Bodale here in the Falcon, so they're going to have to just negotiate him down here. That's fairly well done, and actually I guess that maybe hampered Gretschkambo maybe a little bit, because McLennan was almost nudging the rear bumper of the Senator coming out of the chicane.
That car just in the back of the shot, can't quite see the number, but sounded quite off down the front straight. I think that's a Falcon. Look at the rear brakes being locked there by Gretschkambo into turn 1.
Yeah, he's pushing hard here. Lehman sort of has come on strong in this second half of the race. Looks a little bit more planted, a little bit more pointed. Lehman looking for a race win. I believe it'd be his first race win if he could actually get one. He's been fairly close on a couple of occasions. Hasn't been able to quite get the chocolates.
I don't think it's all done yet.
I don't think it's over and done with yet by any stretch of the imagination. 4.5 minutes is quite a long time. There's that flapping. You did point it out a few moments ago, and we just got a good shot of it there as Timewell went through. I think it's sort of like the under tray of the middle of the rear bar is quite loose there. So I wouldn't be surprised if the officials do spot that and do red flag it. Now, I'm also noticing...
big lock up there by the 115.
Yeah, massive lock up by McLennan going down into Dandenong Road. Now, you're pointing out about potentially there might have been a black flag infringement that was being held out. There's actually 2 cars that have come to the pits. One of them's Royce Lyon and the other's John Perkins in the RX-7. So I think maybe one of those 2 drivers potentially is the one that was picked for some sort of issue and has been asked to come in.
That'll be your job to find out at the end of this race, Steve.
That'll be my job for sure to work that one out.
Yeah, back to the leaders though. Lehman is sort of checked out here, and he's going to get helped by the traffic big time.
He'll get inconvenienced by the traffic a little bit though with
but
Barstow.
behind him as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so best of both worlds there for the number 26, but he manages to get past. Now, this is the hard one for Gretschkambo. Yeah. He's just got to sit there and wait. There's unfortunately, he had to take do a bit of Dukes of Hazzard style there by the look of it going across turn 3. But this is the problem, I guess, for the leaders in group production, but it's all completely above board. Sometimes you just have to sit there and wait. There's parts of the circuit where you just can't pass.
Yeah, just part of this style of racing with mixed classes, but it definitely did benefit Lehman there. Gretschkambo got held up big time, and he had to cut the turn 2-3 chicane, which we often see a lot of supercars doing. I think that was a rear brake lock there from Gretsch Cumbo.
Yeah, bit of
As
chat.
both of those two, second and third, fly over that chicane down at Dandenong Road.
Here comes Timewell, the number 11. Now this will give us a good shot. Just check out the rear of this car as you go along. Yeah, you can see it's
Wow.
it's actually worse than that. It's actually that sort of there's an inset in the rear bumper that's sort of like a diffuser and that as well, and that's sort of at a risk of coming off, I would think.
That's a new car, correct?
That is correct.
That's
It's a new build.
one of those new teething issues, probably, where maybe a fastener hasn't been properly done, or it's just under the load that these cars and the speed that they take down the straights.
Could also be maybe there might have been an off-track moment, or maybe
Perhaps,
he got a little nudge or something at the opening couple of laps. We just don't know the reason why it's come loose. But whatever the case, it is loose, and it needs to. It'll end up being looked at. I'd say after this one, he'd be lucky to sort of make it back to the pits with that one intact.
I reckon that'll be looked at more now by the stewards. I think they'll be taking a closer eye on that. It's definitely come looser throughout the race.
He's about to round up Dallas Harvey here in the Hyundai XL, so that'll be an easy pass for Danny. Peter Dixon in 5th place, so he's actually quite a substantial way behind Danny at the moment, as the 10th place car that started in 10th is now currently running 9th. Larry Merrifield has been lapped by the race leader, so the only cars that are currently on the lead lap, I guess, at the moment. Actually, Merrifield, is he? Oh no, he's just waiting
getting
for
out of the
cars
way.
to go past. Yeah,
That's just super awkward for him there. He couldn't quite find the right spot to let the leaders through, but in the end he did well. Wow, the 26 is using all the road up into the penultimate corner, using all that yellow line. I guess if you pay for it, you better use all of it.
That's right. A little bit of damage on the front of that car as well. I just noticed on the Merrifield number 50, so just the front part of the grille being a little bit loose there. So a couple of cars sporting a bit of damage. Another, actually, there's we call this the meatball flag being held out there at the start-finish line, and normally that's accompanied by a number. You can see the other board hanging down there. Just waiting to see who that is that's been brought in for that. But just can't spot who the number actually is.
Yeah,
Somebody's
it's
been
hard to
in
see
trouble.
from this point.
Yeah, definitely hard to see from this point. I would
Might
say
be car 21. I did hear something in my ear before about car 21.
Yeah, possibly right. And if it is car 21, it'd be Peter Dixon. But I'd be sort of a bit miffed as to what that would be for. Maybe it is for potentially a noise infraction, because I don't think I've seen any damage go past on that car whenever we've seen him go past the commentary box. So it would be noise then if that's the case.
Taking a look at the 105 there. Oh, there's a fire underneath car 26. That's
not good. That's not good. And that's Lehman. So that's, as you said, maybe it's the muffler or something dragging on the ground there. There's only a lap or so to go, I would say, as we get to the line this time around. Wouldn't be surprised to see the last lap board, and it is being readied at the start-finish line.
He'll struggle to get this thing home.
Yeah, this is he's been over a curve or something somewhere, and it's come loose. The officials will definitely be looking at that. Last lap board not being hung out, so 2 more laps to go. So Lehman limping home here with something hanging underneath of that car and moving around.
Definitely the exhaust system.
That's definitely got to, I'd say, because the exhaust you can see comes out the side of the car, so that's going to be a muffler or something coming off underneath there, and the margin that he had is gone. He had, he had 1.5 seconds, or close to 1.5 seconds. He's popping
it's jumped out.
It's gone.
He's going to notice a power difference here, I reckon, up the back straight.
That's an awkward spot for it to go as well, right at that turn 4 curb. And I think Gretsch comes to go pounce.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not good.
What
That's
a nice piece of kit as well to lose.
It looks good from that angle. Doesn't look good. It won't look good when he gets that race car home. Gretsch Cumbo pounces inside at turn 6.
Bit deep.
Bit too deep. They're going to argue this point up until Dandenong Road, and they give each other a little bit of room. So Lehman has got a lap and a little bit to go. They've got the Astra of Luke Valencic, the son of Richard Valencic, long-time campaigner in improved production. They've just got to navigate here.
Let's just have a listen to this car as it comes past the commentary box, come past the mics.
Sounds a little bit louder.
It doesn't sound any different to me, which is surprising as we come past for the last lap.
I think Lehman's definitely got he's definitely still got all the power that he needs, but Gretsch Cumbo knows that the car is limping wounded, squirming and chirping on the rear brakes, and he gets it pulled up. I thought there was going to be a little bit of contact there, but he doesn't make the contact with the 26.
Well, Gretsch Cumbo, he's running out of chances here. He's got only a few more to go.
And McLennan's not letting Gretsch Cumbo get away with this either. He's got he's got the bit between his teeth. Yellow flags out as well at turn 4, and rightfully so. That exhaust from the Lehman car is precariously positioned right in the middle of the track, so it's a one-line groove getting through there as well. Matt Logan sort of slowing on the back straight as well, so he's now been lapped, so something wrong with the new number 43 Mack Trucks entry. McLennan has pounced on Gretsch Cumbo up the back straight. Puff of brake smoke from Lehman. Can McLennan maybe nip one up the inside here? He thought about it, but he had to play defence against the 25 GC Electrical Senator down at Dandenong Road.
Here we go, last chance here.
Can he drive one out of here? Can he send it up the inside? Is Lehman awake to it? He makes his car as wide as he possibly can and forces McLennan to go the long way around. He will not get that pass done, and McLennan will have to hold off Gretsch Cumbo while Lehman drives to the line to take the win. But I guess there'll be a question mark, over what happened with the exhaust coming off. But at the moment, as it stands, a win's a win. He's the first man across the line.
What a fantastic race.
Oh,
that's
no.
the 11.
That's the 11 of Danny Timewell. And
So he didn't make it to the flag.
And that looks like that's at turn
One.
number 1.
Yep.
He's looped it to the inside at turn number 1. So something's gone wrong there for the 11. So the walking wounded.
He hasn't made it past the timing screen here, for sure. So that's he was running in P4 at the time, and that's going to drop him way down the field.
Well, that also means Peter Dixon would be elevated, and here he is coming across the line. Now, we understand it is the meatball flag that's been given to Peter Dixon, so he may actually lose that position depending on what the infringement is actually for. Danny Timewell, he said he was running there in P4. That means Michael Hart's going to be elevated to 5th. There he is, the 105 across the line. Scott McLean's going to be elevated to 6th place. He'll be absolutely wrapped with that. And Timewell's going to be classified as a non-finisher.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if... no, never mind. I've got that wrong. We see the last few cars coming across the line. There's the Falcon with the Irwin Tools sort of Team 18, Mark Winterbottom livery on it.
Yep,
and then
Dallas
the XL
Harvey
behind him.
So we're not quite 100% sure what's going to happen with the results here, but all we do know, the top half a dozen spots have been decided. Danny Timewell at the moment showing 7th because he was on the last lap, I guess, before that spin. Matt Logan was lapped by the leaders. He's finished in 8th, then Larry Merrifield 9th, and Andrew Barstow 10th. So that's as it stands. We'll have to wait to get confirmation of what's happened to Danny Timewell and his official finishing position after that. The Prestige Hino improved production cars are in, and we're going to get set for our last race of the day before we do it all again tomorrow. So we've got Joey Kellick standing here ready to go with Matt Dunlop, and the Porsche 944 Challenge is up next to conclude our Saturday schedule for the first round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships presented by Trico Windscreen Wipers. Don't go anywhere.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back, trackside here at Sandown International Motor Raceway, the home of horsepower. You've tuned in to the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for season 2025. We've had a massive opening day. It's been fantastic to be back racing, back at the racetrack. We opened up with historic touring cars and HQs. The Hyundai XL series lit up the track as they always do. MG and invited British cars brought us some grace back to the racetrack. Sports Sedans took us right back down to the big guns of Australian motorsport, the gods of thunder. Sports cars brought us right back. There was a lot of German finery out on track. The Formula V's and Formula Ford gave us fantastic open wheel competition, improved production, showed us what you can do with a road car when you really concentrate on it. And it leads to the Porsche 944 Challenge that over the last couple of seasons has been absolutely intense. The ferocity of competition in this category is second to none. And we're going to bring two of the best at calling that ferocity and bringing the intensity. I'll introduce you to Matty Dunlop and Joe Kellogg. Take us away, guys.
Thank you very much, as always, Darren Smith. My name is Matt Dunlop, and Joey Kellogg is joining me alongside in the box today for the first outing of the Porsche 944 Challenge of the season, brought to us by Melbourne Paving, which is great to have them on board for the 944 category themselves, and Butcher's Diner as well as Trico, who present here for the whole state series, and Triple Eight Home Loans. All our fantastic sponsors who help us go racing. We cannot thank you enough. 20 minutes plus one lap of 944 action. Joey, get excited.
I love paving. I love burgers. I love windscreen wipers. But you know what I love more than all those things? It's Porsche 944 Challenge.
Don't we all? I might be a bit biased, having been around the traps of the 944s for a few years now, but I reckon we've saved the best till last today. If last year's
100%.
If last year's action, the year before, if that action was anything to go by, this is going to be a belter of a race here in the 944s. It was a very, very close and chaotic qualifying session with the drying conditions. It was wet at the start, and then with the sunshine breaking through those clouds and the wind blowing all the way down the track was drying up so quickly. There was tenths and tenths to be found every single lap. I remember looking at one point, Bella was leading the field in the qualifying by 0.6 of a second, and then at the end of the session, he's ended up in fourth. So let's have a quick run through the grid here while they circulate over the top of the hill. Adam Brewer will be starting the first race of the season on pole position in that number 3 car, which is great to see. He'll have Jamie Westerway alongside him in the number 28. Westerway had the most wins of anyone in the last season, but missed out on 2 whole rounds, so fell down the standings quite a bit.
Interestingly, Jamie has just installed his new Van Zelm front control arm, steering arms there in the front of his car. There's 2 different options that you can run in the Porsche 944 Challenge, and he has the best of the 2 right now. We've seen the success that he's had previously with standard gear. I wonder if that's going to make a difference today.
We'll definitely keep an eye out and see how he goes. It'll be a challenge for him starting on the outside to get around. Behind them, Mark Verdino, who's hot off a round win in the last round of last season at Calder Park. This car loves fast circuits. He'll be starting out of P3. Cameron Bella, the 5-time champion, will be up next to him on 4th. Chris Lewis-Williams will be starting from 5th position in the 37 next to El Presidente, Mark Torbitz, in that beautifully presented Apple computer machine in 6th position. Then we've got Carter Fox, number 7, in 7th next to...
That is spooky. 7th in 7th.
It's got to mean something. There's got to be something there. Anthony Westerway, Nicholas Carpenter, Andrew Jackman round out the top 10. We've got a field of 16 cars. We'll run through the rest of them as the race progresses, but they're all just about gridded up now, and we'll be getting set for a race start very, very soon. Adam Brewer will have the inside line. Westerway will have the outside. Those of you who are tuned in at Calder Park
5-second board is out.
Know what happened between those two at the start of race 1 in Calder. Will there be any fireworks, or will it be a clean getaway? The revs are building. The red light is on. Tension is rising. 944s are about to get underway here at Sandown. Great start from Jamie Westerway. Gets a really good launch in the number 28 machine around the outside. He's got Adam Brewer trying to keep a fender up the inside of him there to see if he can get a run into turn 1. Look at Mark Verdino trying to have a look. Adam Brewer has to go almost on the defensive.
Verdino's got nowhere to go. He's got pace off the line, but he's got a wall of 944s in front of him.
Look at Bella from 4th position, has already made his way up to 2nd, which will now become 1st as they go through turn 2. Or will it?
First corner, first race of the season, first impressions they make. They are everything. So they are hungry as hell right now for this race.
4th position for Cameron Bella. Doesn't matter. I'll be fine. I'll just get up the front straight away. No qualms about it. Fantastic start from the reigning champion with a number 1 back on the side of that cyan Porsche 944 there. He's going to be tucking right in behind Jamie Westaway here. They snake out. He's trying to break that toe. Mark Verdino is just having a bit of a look to see what real estate is available.
I think Verdino's... Oh, my God, that is close. Shuts the door. Adam Brewer shuts the door.
He does. Adam Brewer has to take quite a bit of curb there as well. They all make it through the top of the hill section there into Dandenong Road, nice and clean as they go under the Penrite Bridge here. Really, really fantastic battle with Chris Lewis-Williams all over the back of this pack here. And we see behind them, Westaway is currently taking the lead. He's just ahead of Cameron Bella, but it's almost changing corner by corner here.
Oh, Lewis-Williams, very, very tight up there behind Verdino. Really, really tight stuff here at the start. This is awesome.
You can never, ever count out Chris Lewis-Williams at Sandown. Was doing a bit of digging last night. Would you like to hear a very juicy stat that I found here?
Please, tell me. Give me the stats.
So, Chris Lewis-Williams got his first Sandown podium in 2010. I want you to guess how many races he's been off the podium at Sandown since then.
Jeez. I'm going to say 1.
He's been only off the podium 4 times in 4 races. In all the ones that he's done here at Sandown since 2010, he's only finished 4 of them off the podium.
That is incredible.
Is unbelievable around this stretch of tarmac in Springvale, just southeast of the Melbourne CBD. And he's already made his way up to 4th position. He's got Mark Verdena behind him now. Those two are going to be very, very quick. They might even try and tandem draft their way back up to the lead pack here. But Westaway, Bella and Brewer are trying their best to make a break for it. Westaway is doing great to hold off Cameron Bella here because Bella is all over the back of the 28 like a cheap suit, but he's just not able to find a way through yet.
This is really, really good racing. And Cameron Bella is known to wear a cheap suit from time to time, but that's not stopping him from holding on to 2nd place through here, just outside of Dandy Road Complex, coming into the last couple of corners of this lap.
Local yellows at Dandy Road as well, so we'll keep an eye and see what's happened there. If there's a car that's gone off that can be recovered. And
oh no! Chris Lewis-Williams. He was so laissez-faire when I spoke to him before this race. He was... and then he's just shown real energy at the start of this race, and he has gone off the track there, and he doesn't look to be running at the moment. Let's hope he can get that thing started.
Safety
again.
car is out. Did Cameron Bella get the move done before the boards are out? They'll be keeping a very, very close eye on that one. I'm not sure how close it was.
Jeez.
He may have just had a nose in front, but from that angle, it was quite hard to tell. They do, I believe they've got units on their dashboards that give them live flag updates now. They were trialling at the 944s last year. I don't know where that's been taken up, so I don't know. I just don't know.
That is new tech. That's new tech that was, that like you say, was being used last year. I'm not sure if it's been applied for this race, but we'll see how that one washes out.
Wow, there was not much in that at all, let me tell you. So let's take stock now that the safety car has been deployed. Geez, look at Jamie Westaway.
Geez, that looks good. Just really peeling off every little bit of rubber he can out of those tyres just to keep as much temperature in them as possible. I would love to see a replay of what happened there. Now, what does that... That's a funny spot. Is he outbraked himself? Well, I don't know about himself, but he's quite high on the shoulder of the corner there. It's a funny spot to be.
I would almost hazard a guess and say he's tried to reverse out and got himself blocked.
Yeah.
So I'm not exactly certain of how he's gotten himself in that pickle in the first place. We will keep an eye on that one and see if we can find out.
The big V, was right behind him into that corner, wasn't he? I wonder if there's something to do with a little inside-y, outy scenario there, and he pushed a little wide. I'm not making any wild accusations, Matt.
I remember they were very close on the run down the main straight at the start of that lap. They were having a great battle, those two, so be very keen to see. And the problem is it's quite difficult to check Mark Verdino's car for battle scars because it's covered in them top to bottom all over. It's a very, very fast car, but it looks, what's the word I'm looking for? Well worn.
Well worn is a very nice way of saying it. He looks like John Rambo by the end of 3rd installment of the Rambo series. He's got wounds all over him, that car. Now, I'm surprised that Chris is not going. I mean, if there's not major contact, why hasn't he been able to just restart that car?
The car looks straight from what we've seen on that front-on angle. There doesn't really look to be much damage from what we can see. may just be a case of him just being marooned in the sand. It looks pretty deep down there at Dandenong Road, and he's only getting a flat toe. Although, no, there is a tow truck there. He's out of the car. He's done. I'm not sure. Oh, look at the front right.
Oh, dear.
That is some pretty clear-cut suspension damage there. That thing is not going anywhere.
But no front right panel damage.
Has he tangled a wheel?
Has he tangled a wheel, or has he had a bottom pin failure? I mean, those things happen. I mean, look, just to reminisce, I was robbed of my first ever win at Calder from that exact sort of equipment failure myself. Not to go on about my personal exploits, but you gave me an opening, so I took it. But I wonder what's going on there.
You speak of personal exploits. You've had a couple of good runs here last year when you were in the car. Is this a favourite track of yours? What do you like about this place other than other ones? Or
It is a favourite track of mine, because I do find it quite challenging, as a matter of fact. I've always struggled getting onto both the straights out of 12 and out of 4. And that's where you really can. I mean, I'm fast as hell everywhere else, but not fast as the top guys out of those corners. So it's somewhere I've always struggled to break through that top 3 or 4. But yeah, it's just such a fantastic track. It's really amazing. I can't wait to get back out here.
It's a really fantastic track here at Sandown, and we haven't seen any other signs of any other cars having damage or nothing else there. Obviously, from where he's parked, we
can't see Chris Lewis Williams throwing a helmet at Verdino as he goes past or anything. So maybe he had nothing to do with it.
So our very limited knowledge court is going to presume the number 44 is innocent for now. Let's take stock.
Notwithstanding any wild accusations from me without any basis or merit.
No, of course not. Of course not. Let's take a look at stock of the field right now. Bella leads the way, we think. We're pretty sure. Let's have a look and see if that one happens to change later on. But let's call it as we see it. Bella leading the way with the number 1 on the door. Cameron Bella, that is. Then we've got Jamie Westaway in 2nd position ahead of Adam Brewer, who started on pole. Then it is the number 44 of Mark Rodino in position 4. Mark Torbert's in 5th place in the number 71 car. Now, he was having a couple of gremlins with the engine.
Good showing from Torbs.
Yeah, just after qualifying, they were checking some stuff out, but that car is quick. It's great to see because he was going really, like last year, he had a couple of wins at Winton, but he wasn't going too well on the power tracks. So it's great to see that he's got some pace here so far. Number 6 is the 50 of Anthony Westaway that we're seeing there coming to the shot. That is Mark Torbert's, the Apple computer car. Jeez,
Looks
that's
great.
a good looking. I love that thing.
Looks that front on shot just looks fantastic.
Fantastic looking machine there. And then that's the number 50 of Anthony Westaway, currently out of 6th position ahead of the Poolmaster Bayside machine there. Fantastic
Master
transition.
of pools.
Great camera transition there from our Blendline TV crew.
Fantastic. That's why they call it Blendline.
And then behind them, Nicholas Carpenter in the Melbourne paving machine. They've got Melbourne paving stickers all over the cars this weekend. So great to have them on board. Carter Fox down in 9th position. He did start in 7th in that car. That was a rapid bit of kit under John Kennedy, and now that Carter Fox has taken control, he's very fast at it as well. There was a few issues with it late last year that was trying to get resolved. Was sort of using the end of last year as a bit of a shakedown to go for a full tilt this year. Early starts are promising, but he's not going to enjoy being in 9th, especially with the clock ticking down to 5.5 minutes in the safety car.
Spoke to his father just before this race, and they actually had a little bit of a strategy in the wet qualifying, the semi-wet qualifying. It didn't pay off 100%, but really, really big points for them. Actually trying a concerted strategy to try and get a few places. It's pretty easy to just run and gun these things, but it was really crafty that they tried to sort of make something happen. So I think that starting position might be a little deceptive. I think he's got a little bit more pace in him than 7th might necessarily suggest. But we'll see how that one pans out.
It's an interesting strategy game that you have to play in the 944s because it's a spec category and everything is just so locked down in terms of what you can change. There's really not much that you can tweak, and it's the little things that you wouldn't think would make too much of a difference can end up making a big difference.
100%. We're talking, look, from wet to dry, we're talking tyre pressures and sway bars, old tyres to new tyres, to standard tyre. In the dry, again, we're talking brake bias, front and rear. You won't see many people messing with ride heights. Tyre pressures a little bit here and there, but there's not a lot you can really muck around with. It's just such a fantastic series. It's really, really great racing, really top-level drivers, really even across the board with driving talent and, of course, the control gear. It's just fantastic and great to watch.
And when you have a control category like this, it really brings out each driver's skill. They've got great balance in these cars. They're 50-50 front and back, and I believe if it's a left-hand drive configuration, you've got 50-50 left and right as well.
100%.
So these things are planted. They don't, what they lack in power, they make up for in just drivability and just really showcasing that. So it's a great showcase of talent. Let's work through. So Carter Fox was in 9th, we talked about. Jared Campione running at the top 10 currently. And then Manny Metsasama back in the number 10 car out of 11th. Great to see him back in a 944. He's been floating in and out of that. And Cup cars as well, so always loves to drive a Porsche.
Drives it, he loves it. Loves his car racing.
He certainly does. Jack Atley, who used to spend quite a bit of time up in this comms box, is back out there in the number 35 machine, currently sitting in 12th. He didn't have a great start because he had a clutch let go in practice on yesterday, and was taking a bit of time to get it back up and running and get back up to speed, but he's in 12th now. He'll be feeling pretty good about that.
Picked up a position, so I think that's good to see.
Yeah, so he started down in 15th, so he's up to 12th now, so great start so far from Atley. Behind him, PJ Grant in the number 84 machine with Sam Rofe in the number 68 out of 14th. Then the 333 of Goldman, and then I don't know if Johnny Venoris made it out on track. I haven't seen him so far.
No, haven't seen him.
So it's a shame that we haven't got John Venoris out there, but we do have 15 cars running as it stands right now, and just over 2 minutes 30 on the clock. I don't know how likely it's going to be that we're going to get this one underway again, because that car is still getting pulled out of the sand there at the entrance to Dandenong Road. So fingers crossed that Toei can just put the foot down and we can get at least one lap of action here, but I'm not sure how we're going to go, but
I hope Race Control is listening, because we would love just one more hot lap to finish this off.
Going to cross my fingers, going to pray that we get one more lap, because when you give these folks a one-lap shootout in these 944s...
Free lasagna for Race Control if we get an extra lap.
Oh, there we go. We've got that as a verbal contract. Write that one down, folks.
Oh, Darren is going crazy out the back here, trying to work something out here. But obviously we as commentary team have no say or control or effect on the outcome of this race.
No, all we do is just... What we do when we say a driver's going really well and then we inevitably curse them, they end up in the fence.
Very true.
I'm very good at that personally, but luckily, touch wood, haven't inflicted too many commentators' curses so far, although I had just finished rattling off that very well-researched stat into Chris Lewis-Williams when
that was fantastic.
When he ended up in the sand. So
can I ask, Matt, how long did it take to research that stat?
I just found myself digging through old race results
files?
on NatSoft.
Was this paper files, was it?
Oh, I would like to say that it was paper files, but I was just digging through NatSoft and I was like going through individual race results, just counting them.
On the phone, was it, or on the laptop? Paint the picture, set the scene.
I had full desk set up. I think I've got about 3 screens going. Way too many screens, basically.
Was it a starry night when you?
It was a rainy night last night, actually. The Laneway Festival was pumping across the road from my apartment, and I was tuning that out because I'm an old man who doesn't enjoy live music anymore, apparently.
You are quite old. He might sound, ladies and gentlemen, like he's a young man, but he's quite old.
Indeed. Get off my lawn, ladies and gentlemen. No, so I was very happy because I'm a big fan of a niche stat I've found in my time working in sports and whatnot. I'm just a fiend for a good stat.
I love it.
So maybe I
can't go past a good stat.
Maybe that's what I'll try doing for the rest of the season. I'll just try and bring a new wacky stat to the comms box every time I can.
Yep.
20 seconds left on the clock. Doesn't look like there's going to be much more racing, unfortunately. Those lights are still very much ablaze on the safety car, which is always...
I reckon we're half a lap. I reckon we've just missed out, possibly. We'll see how it pans out.
We certainly will. They look to be getting the checkered flag ready at the marshalling point at the moment. So fingers crossed, but if that safety car light is still on at the moment, I don't think it's going out by the time they come back to the light. We have got a confirmed safety car finish here to wrap up day 1 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, presented by 888 Home Loans here in the last race of the day, which is the 944 Challenge. So not the end that we were looking for here, but it was great to get a bit of action at the start there. How about Cameron Bella from 4th?
Cameron Bella from 4th to 1st. 4 plus 1 equals 5.
Yep.
5-time champion, Cameron Bella.
5-time champion.
Just starting where he left off.
That's what I love to hear. It's things like it's those little nuggets of statistical wisdom, that's the reason why he's going to be a 6-time champion, an unprecedented 6-time champion. You heard it here first, folks. Cameron Bell crosses the stripe, and he will take race 1 of the 944 challenge here at Sandown Raceway with Jamie Westerway and Adam Brewer rounding out the podium under safety car conditions. Mark Pedino in the number 44 carrying on a pretty good run here in the power circuits in 4th position. And then we've got Mark Torbitz. He'll be stoked with 5th position with the run that he had at the end of last year. And then it's Tony Westerway, Andrew Jackman. Then we've got the number 14 of Nicholas Carpenter in 8th. Carter Fox in 9th with Jared Campione rounding out the top 10 there in the 88 machine. And then it's Manny Metzasama, Jack Atlee 12th, PJ Grant in 13th ahead of Sam Rofe and Andrew Goldman in the 333 car, the last of the running finishes here today at Sandown. So thank you very much, Joey Kellick, for joining me here today. And before you go, happy birthday, mate.
Oh, thank you so much. I've got to rush home right now because I'm dog sitting 3 very large dogs, and I've just got to go and make sure my house isn't completely destroyed.
Wishing all the best for you in that regard, mate. Thanks so much for joining me. Thank you so much as well to all the commentators who have been in the box with us so far, and to all the viewers who have been tuning in as well. Darren Smith, what did you make of day 1 of action here in 2025?
I made of it that we had 2 great guest commentators, David Amor at the front end of the day and Joey Kellick at the end of it. I started it off with Dave. You finished it off with Joey. So what a great show, and everyone in between. Really cool way to open up the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And we're going to do it all again tomorrow, 9:10. Historic touring car race, and we'll go to HQs. Hyundai XLs, MG and invited British cars. The big bangers, the sports sedans at 11 o'clock. Sports cars 11:30. Formula V, Formula Ford, improved production, and the Porsche 944 Challenge. Let's hope we get some good racing for the Porsches tomorrow. And we will welcome you all back. Matty D, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll have Callum, we'll have Tom, we'll have Steve DeVries and Emma, all of us back on board. Big thanks to the MG Car Club for putting on such a great event. All the Blendline TV crew, the camera people out trackside, the running of the van, and of course our massive competitor base and those watching us online. Join us again tomorrow for more racing. We'll be back.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.